to KO off the side, or maybe they just try to go for a Gimp. But seeing right now, both teams doing really well, putting out good damage. Red team fighting for that stage control, maintaining it pretty well. Damage going out. Wubson off stage, no recovery. He's going to fight back to stage and get there, taking a lot of damage to get back. Simba threatening Wubs off stage. Both blue team being threatened off stage. Lampy, can he get back? Ooh, Hardy is just doing everything to get Lampy off stage. Meanwhile, Simba is not able to stop Wubs from getting back on stage and loses his first stock himself. Ooh. Oh my god. Ooh. The blue team actually looking really good that game. And we're going to see that Olgrim again. Actually, Hardy MJ is going to swap off of that Fate back on the Olgrim, it looks like. And we're going to see Simba on that Val. But yeah, it was really nice to see blue team kind of adjust and kind of use Mammoth Fortress to the best of their ability in order to come out on top to make the set 2-1. Now we've got options between Mammoth Fortress, Shipwreck Falls, and Apocalypse. Looks like we're going to be dropping into the fan favorite Mammoth Fortress again. Bodvar, Olgrim, Bryn. We're going to see a little bit more Axe play, some more Lance play, and yes, we should have mentioned Lance a bit earlier, because I kind of categorize Greatsword, Scythe, and Lance all in the same category when we're talking about 2v2s. It's not the easiest weapon to play, but when used right, it is very effective. And Lance is a very burst-heavy weapon. Once you get one hit, you can chain into another, you can chain into another, you can chain into another, and that's how we see those crazy 0 deaths off the side. And right now, we're just seeing, ooh, Simba's gonna go way down underneath the stage, but is not gonna die. He's gonna fight his way back. Ooh, some Sigs coming out. Great synergy from Lampy and Wubs. Wubs going a little bit crazy with these Sigs, trying to catch Simba out with a GCN Sig, but it's not going to catch. And the axes are off stage, and they're going at it. Meanwhile, Hardy MJ is going all the way off the stage, safely getting back. And some axe swing there, swing here, and that's going to put red team up for a little bit. 6 stocks to 4 stocks. And we're really seeing how red team can use these axes to just create a great lead. Like, there's so much damage that's being put out, even though both players on the red team are very close to KO percent. But we can see Web's recovery extremely high, trying to avoid all those axe side airs to get back to the stage. But a ground pound is going to send both blue team members off stage. Lampy's not going to have enough options to get back, and now it's 6 stocks to 2 stocks. We're seeing a little bit of a taunt come out from Hardy MJ, and we're actually going to see how... wow, this is back and forth. This is back and forth.
So since it is 2-1, that puts Wubs and Lampy at a pretty good spot to win the set, but they are actually not at a great spot to win the game right now. Although the set is 2-1 in their favor, the game is 1-2 not in their favor. So with magic that they were able to, you know, whatever magic dust they were able to pull out of some sprinkle over the game to take those games in quite incredible fashion. They really need to bring out at full potential right now. Lampy able to maybe get that stock off of Simba and balance out stocks, but keep your eyes on Wubsy. Right now, they are the pivotal point in the game, and also there for the set. If we'll be having a game 5, giving red team an even better chance of taking this one all home for themselves, or if blue team is able to do something that we probably didn't even think was possible. But red team has been practicing their pass-offs, putting Lampy in a very uncomfortable 2v1, but still, this is getting close to sudden death. Lampy just needs a few good offstage engagements, which they have hammered. They are fully equipped, capable, ready, and primed to be able to try to hit. The hammer send-off doesn't quite connect. Simba, not even the weapon throw is enough to try to get Lampy off the side of the stage, as Lampy almost able to recover, but an axe GC D-Light will let Simba and Hardy take this to a game 5.
Game 5. Let's see it. Man, this is some really great 2v2 gameplay, and I can attest to when I hear people call AJ Moore tournaments mini majors. These players are playing their hearts out, and Lampy was doing so good in that 2v1, but it's really hard to win those. GC D-Light is really not a kill option we see a lot, but when you're that red and you're that close to the upwards kill skybox, the kill box in the air, it's a good move to throw out. And so doesn't look like any swaps. We got those Olgrims, we got that Brennan, that Bodvar dropping back into Mammoth Fortress again.
So we will be having a lot of axe on screen. Hopefully Lampy doesn't completely drown out from all the shing shing that we're gonna hear from axe right now, the clang clang, and Ads is staying afloat quite nicely. This hammer doing Lampy quite some good justice, just barely able to dodge out of that axe recovery. Simba has to touch the edge, and that lets Lampy get a nice little ledge guard, but it doesn't quite work. Simba's able to find a way back on stage. It actually has to be Wubs that almost gets the KO onto Simba. Lampy is not quite able to get the KO. Lampy is having a bit of a hard time finishing off some of these stocks. Wubs has these KOs on a lockdown and knows exactly when to let that D-Sig rip and cock his arm back for it. But Lampy is having a bit of difficulty, maybe a little bit of struggle being as efficient with these KOs, so that is where their synergy, that is why they work so well as a team. One is a lot better for damage and one is a lot better for KOs. So right now, they have both positions on the field covered quite nicely, but not both positions on the field covered. Currently, Lampy just touching down on that second stock, but that does mean that blue team is the most healthy. Wubs, I don't know how much longer. It's very hard to call for these things, but it's still the last one on first stock, as Simba could be going down to last stock very, very soon. Wubs is separated from Lampy. That lets them get a swift little 2v1 combo onto Lampy. Lampy having a pretty hard time finding a way to approach with the sword. Tries to get the punish and cancel Hardy MJ's lance recovery, but that recovery is a little too late to save. That lets Hardy take that first stock off of Wubsy, but now without a bit of a trade. Simba falling down at last stock. This is, since this is game 5, this is set stock for Simba. This is bracket stock.
Set stock. Yep, the one to lose this will go into a lower bracket and have a lot more games to fight through in this tournament. And this game fives are so stressful. So we can only imagine how much stress is on Simba to stay alive. How much stress is on Hardy to, well, he's going down to his last stock, but to actually get the most out of this one stock he has left, he's going to do that by knocking out Wubbs to his last stock. And Hardy's up there looking for those recoveries. Lampy's running because he's in red. And it's really interesting to see kind of how Lampy's able to do a lot of damage and Wubbs is able to secure these knockouts, because in 2v2s a lot of times we'll see kind of roles, so support and attacker roles. Lampy's going to go down to his very last stock, one stock across the board. It's hard to tell who's in the lead, but we're going to see some great Valhalla.
Right now, Lampy is the only one not at KO color. Fresh on white, not even touched on this last stock, while everyone else is just a good few light attacks away from being knocked out. But Simba is looking at the really early stock, almost with an overcommit, but not quite. Now against on the ledge against a Bodvar with a hammer. But Lampy decides to not try to focus on the offstage commit. Gets right back on stage so they can. Oh, Wubbs! Unfortunate with the overcommit, but yeah, Lampy had to come back on stage to try to finish up the little pass off that Wubbs was back for. Right now, this 1v1 in the favor of Lampy, but Simba, the spear demon that he is able to bring this close to even. You could not have written a better script, as we have two players both on sudden death at a 1v1 for game 5.
Yep, these are both really strong 2v2 players, but they're also really strong 1v1 players. Lampy being that rank grinder and Simba quite literally being a professional 1v1 player as well. Lampy's going to send him off stage with a neutral light. Now it's time for an edge guard situation. But that recovery, both players are so damaged. Even the weapon throw is sending him far. Lampy's going to get rid of his weapon. Unarmed versus spear. Simba picks up that axe. Lampy's maintaining stage control. It just needs one side air. Ooh, that's gonna take Simba out. And that's game 5. 3-2. Blue team's gonna move on.
You even called it too, just one Sair.
I mean, yeah, when you're at damage like that, you gotta looking for anything. But both weapons they have really strong knockout tools. You got that hammer on that stomp Sair, that axe on that sidelight Sair, only if you hit sidelight close, but you know, fishing for raw Sair is a thing a lot of axe players do. And it was just evident that Lampy was, even though he did take a lot of damage in that 1v1 versus Simba, he was able to relax, calm down, and be like, I got this, all I need to do is knock out and we'll move on. And it's really nice to have a teammate who can stay calm in situations like that in order to pull through with the W. And so blue team is actually going to move on, and sadly Simba and Hardy MJ will have to go into that lower bracket and have a time down there with all the demons that are down there now.
Notice how almost all of these clips, if not a good chunk of them, are Wubbs just being efficient with KOs, knowing where to place down signatures, neutral signatures, gravity cancels, Sairs, and pass-offs, and weapon throws, and just so many options that Ulgrim has, and also just any player has in the book. Almost all those clips that you just saw pass by your screen was Wubbs just being efficient with KOs, knowing I gotta place this there, and the stock is ended. When Wubbs wants to take a stock, when Wubbs smells blood, that's it. That's the stock. That's efficiency. Right now, that is the end of winners quarterfinals, and I think that means we will be going on to winners semis with our upcoming match. If you're following along with your finger, we are almost done with top 32. Right now, we are into top 8 with winners semifinals. So the last 2 sets that you will see us cast together will be Godly and Java versus Dog and Pierre versus Walshy and Meg D versus Lampy and Wubbs. 2 teams that have really been through it today. So all of these teams have been dragged through so much mud, often enough by each other. This is a really these tournaments can feel like a very big free-for-all. So honestly, so much has happened. These tournaments, they are a huge test of stamina. There's only so long that you can play, before you give out. So the fact that these players are even still performing at this point, mind you, they've been playing. There's a lot of tournament that happened off screen, as you know, the people who cast the majors like to remind you. There's a lot of tournament that happened off screen. So they've already been playing for what, like a solid almost 3 hours now? That is a lot of Brawlhalla to play, especially at this level, at this intensity, at this speed, at this capacity, at every single positive word I can add to this sentence. That is a lot of fighting game to play. So these players, their minds are fortified.
Yeah, and we talk about how much of Brawlhalla is a mental game. And we talk about playing at the highest level is not easy. I mean, I think I can attest for all of us when we say playing Brawlhalla is not easy. But when you're at the very top and you're playing for, it looks like just short of 3 hours, 4-hour tournaments, and there's a lot of Brawlhalla to continuing on in this tournament. It's vital. It's so important that you stay in a good mental state, you stay relaxed, and you're like, okay, I'm in it for the long run. I'm going to go through winners semis. I'm going to go through winners finals. I'm going to go through grand finals. I'm going to win. You got to have that mindset. And if you don't, fortified, it's going to get to you. You're going to get tired. Your punishes are going to get lazy. You're not going to be able to follow up. You got to be in that correct mental mindset if you want to win. And since these players are such great long-time competitors, they've built that up. They've built their mental up to be prepared for tournament days like this. Godly and Java are ready for this. Dog and Pierre are ready for this. Walshy Megdi, ready for this. Guess what? Lampy and Wubs, they're ready for this. So I'm super excited to see how these teams are going to hash it out. In winners semifinals is a really important set. That gets you into winners finals, and then winners finals is going to get you into grand finals. So we'll see these teams go fight just tooth and nail for their position in winners finals. And we're really going to see these teams go at it. And yeah, when you win, if you win one of these, it's very likely you're going to get into a top 3. And like we said, we have Godly and Java already in the lobby. We know Java's got that level 100 Bodvar locked in. I'm feeling like Godly's going to go for a Taros, but we'll see again. Dog Pierre are yet to be in the lobby. But just a bit more about the importance of legend selection and stage control in 2v2s. Now, often sting like a bee, float like a butterfly. We hear that a lot. And so that's why we see that Taros all the time. Axe is so good in 2v2s. We'll see those Axe knockouts. We'll see the Rayman. We'll see the Taros. We'll see Bryn. Talking about Bryn, Spear, also really good in 2v2s. But right now, based off our last match, we've seen Java and Godly really take advantage of that Axe and that Hammer. And so Java's got that Hammer and Sword, and like we've already talked about, Sword is Brawlhalla's most weapon. Sword is the most, yes, it is. It's got almost everything. It's got that Nair for when they're above you. It's got that Sair when they're floating in those dead zone areas around you. It's got those D-Light confirms, D-Light Sair, D-Light Dare, D-Light Nair, which is something a lot of players don't use. But if any of you pro players are watching right now, D-Light Nair is just as good as D-Light Dare. It's a good mix-up. But we're really gonna see how Godly and Java are gonna work together using that sword and using that hammer. Both players will most likely have a hammer, given that Godly plays a lot of Taros and he plays Taros in 2s. We'll see how Java is able to work with Godly in order to get those team combos off with the Axe and the hammer and the sword. And I think I just heard Dog and Pierre join in. Yep, that is them. And we've got all players in here. Pierre locking in level 70 Rayman and Dog locking in level 70 Roman Reigns, and just like I said, Godly gonna be on that Taros. Going on into map bans. And no one has banned map yet. Oh, resetting that a little bit. Crystal Temple's out. Mammoth Fortress is out. The favorite. Great Hall's out. Shipwreck is out. Now we've got to choose between Enigma, Miami Dome, and Apocalypse. These are some difficult choices for, it looks like, the red team to select. And we're going to go to Miami Dome. Now we see a dog on that Taros. Here on that Rayman, it's worked before. Godly and Java, Taros, and Bodvar also has worked before. And I'm excited to see how these teams are going to react to each other's playstyle. Dropping in here to Miami Dome, winners semifinal, blue team versus red team, and we're already seeing this kind of isolation, separate 1v1s, Godly and Dog, Pierre and Java, just putting on damage. Now we're going to see which team is able to abuse stage control the best here, because in the past, we've seen both of these teams really get that stage control, which is what got them into winners semis. Pierre is going to go out to Axe Recovery, and Java is also going to get sent off the left side of the stage. Ooh, Godly's going to apply lots of pressure to Dog, but going to fight back onto the stage. Recovery's going to send Dog high up, and also given platform maps have higher ceilings. So we know Sword is a very popular weapon to play in 2v2s, a popular weapon to play in general because of those D-Light confirms. It has a D-Light recovery, that's your kill confirm. But on maps like Miami Dome, it's a little bit harder to kill off the top. So even though you can hit that D-Light recovery, it may not kill. Just like we're seeing Pierre go up there in the red, but he's not dying. Seeing Godly put some damage on the Dog. Godly's going to get sent off the stage, and that's going to allow a little bit of a 2v1 on the Java from Dog and Pierre. Right now we have Godly as the only one with all 3 stocks, and he's looking not the healthiest, but he's not looking bad. Sent off the side of the stage. Ooh, Pierre's going to look for that KO on Godly, but a recovery, I think that took out Java. Godly's Axe recovery is going to take out Java down to his last stock, but luckily for him, it's also going to take Pierre to his last stock.
Yeah, this is looking great for red team right now, as blue team really needs to try to regain stage control. This is exactly what we keep bringing up, because that is what Dog and Pierre are best at, and also they're 2 good characters for it. Gauntlet, Axe, and Hammer are pretty good at maintaining control, as, whoa, Dog, Dog kind of making a bit of a sacrifice for taking Java out of the game, and Godly having to take Godly off of that second stock. Godly just fallen down to second stock right there, so their ability to stock tank is great. So this 2v1 is actually looking somewhat even. You can see Pierre hanging back, playing a little bit more defensively, letting Dog do the heavy lifting. And actually, Dog with almost a 2v1 on a Godly would be insane. Something that nobody would have been able to guess. A player of the level as Godly is a very hard opponent to stand up to, and here Dog never afraid to stand up to a podium finish. Right now, the damage difference between Pierre and Dog is crucial to how they're playing. Pierre a little bit nervous to approach, knowing that any few hits, one punish could be KO colored, one punish could be sudden death for Pierre. And right now his Dog is also starting to fall down to the same color. Pierre, you even notice starting to inch a little bit. If you need to start doing pass-offs, if you need to start doing rotations, I'm good for that. You can even notice he's starting to do some punishes, trying to start the momentum to stop from Godly. Almost a punish. Actually almost able to get the read on how Godly is able to approach next. And all the defensive that Pierre has been able to play up until this point has paid off. Dog has done their work. And right now, Pierre needs to try to find a way in, but Godly makes the 2v1 work. We said that it was doable, and it is done. Godly putting one up on the board for red team.
Great play from Godly. Java was kind of getting thrown off stage and killed by the blue team, killed by Godly. But Godly knows that if I'm gonna put damage onto my teammate, I better be able to put damage onto my enemies as well. And we saw great showcasing from Godly during that 2v1 where I'm pretty sure he had about 3 stocks going into this 2v1. And based off what I've heard from the EU players, Godly is another level of good. And so he was able to successfully hit some side air, swing that axe, stomp that hammer, and come out on top in that 2v1. Fanning out maps, seeing which one we're going to go to. It's going to be a run back straight back to Miami Dome.
Yeah, just another update on Godly's resume. He has won a decent amount of his tournaments. Keep in mind, just from the past few months, it is holding up, I think, a 4 or 5 tournament win streak in ones where he has not lost a single set, having there be no bracket reset, winning multiple tournaments in a row without a reset. And also, I think during one of the invitationals that happened recently, won an invitational, a top 32 1v1 invitational without dropping a single game. It's something that we have seen done before, but it is jaw-dropping nonetheless to have a flawless invitational, and has been at a few points in time on decent track to try to get a flawless open, which I don't think has ever done before. But right now, Dog and Pierre are standing up to them pretty nicely. They have a very good stock lead, which is something that they desperately need. Godly was able to stock tank so great last game, so this stock lead is working for them quite nicely. And Miami Dome, it seems to be both teams like it.
Yeah, it seems like a favored stage. They went there for game 1. They're going here for game 2. Godly just barely spot dodging that insig. Pierre's going to go down to his second stock. And Java's going to knock Dog off with a Stomp Sear, setting it to 2 stocks across the board. Now, both teams are relatively healthy, but we're going to see how these teams even out that lead. Or, I should say, how each team should gain that lead. We're seeing those gauntlets from Pierre. Ooh, that offstage Java's infamously known for. But Dog's going to retreat back to the stage, and we're seeing that stage control again. They're controlling it so well. Dash jump side is going to take Godly off. Ooh, Java going for it. Double recovery is going to take Dog off with a weapon throw.
Whoa.
Dog onto his last stock. Even stock across the board. Once again, Java's in deep red. Let's see. Oh, side air is going to take Java down to his very last stock. And it is now 3 stocks to 2 stocks. Godly in the orange, fighting his way back on the stage. Going to use those attacks to get back on the stage so he doesn't get gimped. Ooh, on red, Pierre's really looking for that KO on Godly, because then they can force that 2v1 onto Java. And statistically speaking, a 2v1 is easier than a 2v2.
A 2v1 is definitely easier, but a 2v1 off stage is a little bit more difficult because you have to be very careful with how your moves affect the space around you and where your teammate could be. You notice for a little bit, sometimes both Godly and Java both chase someone off stage. Something that they're both very good at, but something that really only one person can do at a time. But right now, as they are in a 2v1 on stage, now that Dog's completely out of the game, it is still Pierre. All he has to do is to just get that last stock off from Godly and maybe try to get the 1v1 to happen, but this is the exact same thing that we saw happen last time, just opposite way, flip, flop, switch, swap, as Pierre really needs to try to get Godly out of this game. But Java's doing a great job of protecting Godly, making sure that if there is something in between Pierre and it is him. Java looking a little bit healthier of from getting that stock down, but Pierre, it doesn't even... Actually, he's able to get the 2v1.
Wow, great work from Pierre. Great movement from Pierre. Let's acknowledge Pierre's movement. Moving around those huge hitboxes from both of those hammers and that axe, being able to catch out some punishes, some side air punishes, to actually take that to 1-1, it seems like. So that's very exciting to see. And we're back on Miami Dome. Both teams really enjoyed this map. Looks like these teams are fairly equal in terms of skill and about the same caliber. So it's gonna be tooth and nail, just like I said it would be. Godly looked like off stage a little bit, trying to get back on stage. No weapon. It's going to be really difficult. Blue team applying a lot of pressure off. He's going to fight his way back on arm, pick up the axe, sidelight Sear on the Dog. And Light's going to send Java off stage. Ground pounding, maybe for like a little bait. Recovery is gonna send Pierre low. Ground pound's gonna send Pierre even lower. Recovery is gonna take Pierre off the screen and die, but Godly's also gonna die for it.
That is a perfect example of those trades that you don't really want to happen in 2v2. If you're playing a game, you want the game to be as uneven as possible. You want it to be in your favor. You want it to be as uphill as possible for the other team. And right now it is looking pretty even since that trade had to happen. Right now, Java and Dog are currently being pretty pivotal players in this, as they are both at the potential falling out of the second stock. It ends up being Dog first, as Java is still able to play fearlessly, and Dog is actually able to make that a trade. Pierre falls down that last stock, but Java falls out of that first. So Dog is able to turn that breakaway into a trade. So that is sometimes where a trade is a good thing. Someone else is taking a stock, and you're able to punish that, or at least try to, get some compensation. Like, you hurt my friend, I'm gonna get you. Right now, Dog is looking to take Godly down to last stock. Java unable to get the save. You could see him trying to go for the dare when maybe Godly was expecting, maybe a chase dodge. Sometimes it's really hard to tell, especially when you got to try to not panic. Being able to not panic in those situations is crucial. Something that all these players are very familiar with, but still a skill that you need to maintain nonetheless. All the players except Dog are last stock. So right now, blue team is sitting at a pretty comfy lead up there. But still, Java is tanking like a champ. The most, in terms of damage, most healthy one, everyone is orange, even Dog. But right now, Java was sitting on yellow for the longest time and is only just starting to touch orange, as everyone else is starting to leak into those blood red KO colors.
Yep, getting closer and closer to that KO. As we get closer and closer to the end of this game, there's a 2v1 against Dog. Godly and Java against Dog. Godly is actually going to get knocked out from the top of the stage by Dog, and we're going to see Dog with 2 stocks fight against Java. Now, we know Java is an excellent 1v1 player. He's going to hit a nice little Russian Mafia to even up the stocks, but still in that red, still has to play extremely careful to fight Dog. We know Java's great off stage, so we might see a little bit of wall hugging from him, try to bait Dog off stage and maybe get one of those cheeky edge guards. But a stomp stare is going to send Java off the stage, putting the blue team up 2-1. And we're right back into the map bans. These players waste no time when it comes to the next game. And I have a feeling it's going to be Miami Dome again. It is.
This is looking, starting to remind me a little bit of Tech 9, because it is happening at the speed of sound. Game 4, will Pierre and Dog be able to commit to what is starting to look like an upset, bring Java and Godly down to the lower bracket, or will Java and Godly be able to prove dominance?
Yep, and we're gonna see these teams really fight. Game 4, either one team, and it looks like the red team might go to the losers if they lose this, but if they win this, they can go for a game 5, and a nice ground pound and a side air are gonna put red team up 6 stocks to 4 stocks. Pierre going off for some crazy unarmed offstage plays. Ooh, Nair into GCN Light, a true combo off gauntlets. Pierre pressuring Java off stage with those gauntlets, but Java's going to get a weapon throw and get back on the stage. Java touching red as he was stock tanking last game, but is actually going to lose his stock first out of the 2 red team members.
So right now, it's a little hard to tell who. What the hell?
What?
Godly able to. I don't even know how to describe that. There's so many times I'm looking at the wrong corner of the screen. Godly, before falling down in that second stock, is able to take Dog down to last. So that could be something dangerous as Java joins them right now. Java is on bracket stock, as Godly not quite soon to joining him. Ooh. Right now, red team is in decent shape, except Pierre almost able to get a very huge commit, bring Java down to last stock, but Java's actually able to get the reversal and to try to make it back, but Pierre able to shut that down, bring Godly down to last stock, but Java's still just barely able to crawl out the Java feed. Not quite unscathed though. Java is starting to come closer to KO color as Dog falls out of this game. This 2v1 is for the set. It is somewhat doable, but Java is not looking the healthiest. There's some things that a band-aid will not be able to fix, and a hammer Sair is something that a band-aid also can't really fix, especially considering how damaged Pierre was. Everyone on final stock, but if Pierre manages to take Java out, which you can see Pierre starting to go for those punishes, it is a little doable. Java is on KO color, and a side sig will bring him out of the game. Godly on bracket. End point set stock. Godly maybe having a bit of a choice of a weapon star of whether or not he's going to switch with axe or hammer could be crucial to this game. And Pierre kind of has no choice to stick with axe because right now Godly has all the stage control in the world, but still somehow miraculously throws and ends up with Godless. Godly chasing him down all the way across the screen. Pierre just barely able to find his way back, but not without an answer. A hammer Sair to the face brings this to, I think that's a game 5, is it not?
Yep, it's a game 5. And Bannon maps, Miami Dome's open. Yeah, and we're going to Miami Dome. This is game 5. Godly Java, Pierre Dog. And we were able to see Pierre and Godly really rough it out in that 1v1 for the set. And Godly was successful in being able to actually win that 1v1 and bringing this to the game 5. And I definitely want to talk about Java's offstage. And something that comes with having such a good offstage is the ability to get back to stage. But Dog is just taking Java all the way up and away from the stage.
Yeah, right now, who gets the...
Oh,
these first...
stage. You see these axes swinging, these gauntlets punching. Ooh, and Dog is going to get KO'd off the top with an axe recovery. Side air takes Pierre off stage, fighting his way back on stage with an axe Sair. Java going high up. Sair is also going to take Pierre off the stage. Now we have 6 stocks for Team Red, 2 clean stocks. Oh, that one's a little dirty on Dog for Blue Team. These hammers are just whacking and whacking. Ooh, Nair is going to take Java's first stock finally, and looking for a little bit of a 2v1 to take out Godly, but he's going to avoid all that. Java back fresh on his second stock. Stompstair is going to send Dog way far off the map. And we're seeing that 2v1 on Java a bit, building up a lot of damage on Java, but Dog is going to fall. Godly. Ooh, is he going to get back to stage? Yep. But see, something important about 2v2s is definitely the offstage. It's completely different than once. You have to know how to deal with 2 people off stage and sometimes 3 people off stage, not including yourself. And you have to know when should you go off stage. Save your teammate, to spike an enemy, or to just apply pressure. And we're really seeing Java kind of apply a lot of that pressure as recoveries are out, but ooh, that was close for Java. He almost had no options off stage. That would be horrible. Recoveries going out from the hammers.
Game is not looking too fresh for Blue Team, as Red Team has a quite of a nice lead, and right now Pierre needs to do everything in his power to protect Dog, who is right now at bracket stock right now. Pierre living up to that word perfectly, taking Java down to last stock too. Right now we have 2 players on either team, actually everyone except Godly, and also now Dog, who's out of the game. Godly still on 2 stocks. Very difficult 1v1 for Pierre. We've seen Pierre do this before. We've seen the way that Pierre is able to task switch and multi-manage, but Red Team is able to kill the dream and go ahead into winners finals. Marching ahead triumphantly, as now we are waiting for our next contestants, Walshy and Meg D versus Lampy and Wubs to fill in the game room right now.
What a great But that's some amazing brawlhalla from both teams, the team of Java and Godly and the team of Pierre and Dog. We really were blessed with some offstage gameplay, seeing that those hammer recoveries and those crazy hammer sares and those ground pounds off stage. And I really feel like something that brought Java and Godly kind of back into the momentum of getting this to a game 5 and then winning the game 5 was not only the amazing 2v1 and 1v1 capability from both players, but that off stage. Java was able to give himself and his teammate such a great advantage by just knowing what to do off stage, and that simply comes from all the experience Java has with the hammer, the sword, and the Bodvar.
Yeah, the Bodvar, a huge part of it. Java, kind of one of the kings of North American offstage, and just knows how to take early stocks, make those big commits, and occasionally maybe even 3 stocks. Godly, someone who's fluent in both gauntlets and scythe, someone who's very accustomed to offstage, because most of those weapons shine quite nicely offstage. So we have someone who's fluent in offstage, although maybe not playing as many offstage weapons. The hammer is good for offstage, but the axe maybe not as much as Bodvar over there. So yeah, and also another thing about Pierre, those gauntlets on that Rayman, very good for offstage, and also those signatures are quite good for stage control and just ledge guarding in general. Dog really had to, you know, pick up the slack and say, like, everybody around me has either great tools for ledge guarding and offstage commit, or is just fluent in floating through the air, playing off stage. So Dog really able to step his game up, amazing me. That was great to see. Right now, we just need our next set to file in. We already have Wubs and Lampy. They are looking quite nice in the game room right now. But yeah, this is also another reminder, we are still in the winner's bracket, and if I'm not wrong, this might be the last set that me and Mantis cast together, so we gotta make this a good one.
Yep. Let's finish it off with a bang. And we're going to see the lovely Walshian Megdi and the lovely Lampy and Wubs go at it to fight against Godly and Java in that winner's final set. And let's actually do a little bit of a blast to the past and remember what Walshi and Megdi played. I'm pretty sure Megdi brought out a Val, and Walshi was on that. What was he on? Can you remind me who was on Graffiti?
Walshi, I think, also was on a Val, and I also think one more character in general, and also there was a Petra somewhere in there.
Yes.
I forgot how that came into the mix, but we saw a lot of gauntlets, some Petra, some Val, and I think 1 or 2 other things. I don't got a good memory though.
The staple to come out here is the gauntlets though. We saw the Petra and we see the Val again, and I do remember now it was Megdi on the Petra and Walshi on the Val. So we've got those gauntlets coming out, and we're going to be able to see how Lampy and Wubs deal with such great gauntlet play and such great team synergy from Walshi and Megdi. If we remember in Walshi and Megdi's previous set, how dominant they were controlling the stage, getting that synergy, getting those team combos, and getting those follow-ups. And there was a little bit off stage we got to solve from. We got to see from both of them as well. So it's going to be a great game, and I'm excited to see how Wubs is definitely going to commit to that Olgrim right now, and Lampy still tried and true Bodvar.
No doubt about it, sticking on the same characters that we just talked about, but I do kind of, I don't know if my crystal ball is as good as yours, because you were able to call out that Sarah earlier. I'm still really impressed by that, but I don't know if my crystal ball is as clear as yours, but I think we could be seeing a character swap, because this is going to be a really, really close matchup. In order for one to get the edge on the other, I think they might need to catch the others by surprise or have some type of swap up, and just like you said, versatility is sometimes the name of the game.
Yep. Versatility is the name, well, not the name of the tournament, the word of the tournament. And we're going to see how all four of these high skilled players are going to use that in order to give themselves that lead they need to go up against Godly and Java in winners final. And we're seeing Wubs on that Ulgrim, Lampy on that Bodvar, both blue team wielding the gauntlets. And we're once again at Mammoth Fortress, which is a very popular map we've been seeing this tournament. We've been seeing a lot of Mammoth Fortress. We've been seeing a lot of Apocalypse. Why do you think so many of these teams favor Mammoth Fortress, Graffiti?
Well, I think just because of how much it benefits. For people who don't like platforms, sometimes that platform in the middle, it completely moves out of the way and becomes part of like the landscape. You can see it starting to move down. There we go. Now it kind of technically doesn't really have any platforms. And also just because the size of the screen and the stage, the walls, the blast zone, I think it's quite large, meaning that it's very forgiving. There's a way to travel underneath the stage, so if you're being edge guarded or ledge guarded very heavily, there's a way to relieve some of that pressure. Try going to the other side, doing a little switch swap and traveling under the stage to recover from any pressure that is being applied to you. So I think with how forgiving the stage is, and also you kind of have a choice. It benefits both platform lovers and non-platform lovers. Wobs, there we go. Actually had time to charge up that D-Sig for punishing that Saj from Walshy. There we go. You're going to see that come out a lot. Wubsy very efficient with these signatures. Playing a little bit of a ping pong with himself, dashing back and forth across the stage, throwing two. Almost finishing up with the signature. Wubsy having a bit of a harder time connecting some hits onto Meg D compared to some of their previous opponents, but nothing that some help from their friend Lampy cannot help relieve right now. Game is slightly in the lead for red team, but it's a little hard to tell right now.
It is definitely hard to tell. We've got Meg D in that dark red on his second stock, and Walshy on that fresh, clean, squeaky clean, a little dirty now. First stock. Ooh, a little bit of a ground pound is going to send Lampy to his last stock. And once again, the stocks are even 3-3. Meg D fighting his life back on stage. He's not going to have enough options to get back. That's going to send him to his very last stock. And just like a previous set, we saw Wubs and Lampy in. Wubs kind of playing that executioner role and being extremely efficient in getting these knockouts. I'm pretty sure I've seen 2 down sig knockouts so far, so he's playing really well like that. Axe, hit after hit after hit.
God.
Ooh, a little bit of a team synergy there. Both daring to drag back on stage. Both players, no option. Both red team, no options. Lampy is going to lose all of his stocks, and we got a 2 stocks on Wubs, but it is a 2v1 against a great set of 2v2 players.
If there are 2 things that you take away from this game right now, it is, well, one, of course, that the Carnage is Jurassic, but the other one, of course, that Meg D shines as a 2s player, and that's one thing that not a lot of people say. You can see how well this works out. Meg D, I don't think I've ever seen him ever Walshy, but here they are playing to the same caliber that Meg D is always able to shine in 2s, and Walshy, huge, honestly. Huge piles of respect on that for being able to keep up with that. I think they're also trying to let up for a bit of a team combo because Meg D was trying to throw the weapon to maybe get a better one for the combo, but maybe it's just a weapon starve maybe as Mabel as Wubs is at KO color right now, having a very hard time finding his way in, but gets and even a ledge guard. Meg D able to quickly back up gauntlets. Wubs needs to try to make this axe work. A miracle while she punishing the side sig with a daylight recovery. Wubs very nervous to find their way back on the stage, and Sig not fooling anybody while she and Meg D just standing there menacingly able to close out the game.
Wow, perfectly timed spot dodge and punish from Walshy is going to give our blue team 1-up over our red team, and it's mind-blowing how well Meg D and Walshy are synergizing right now, and how brightly Meg D is shining in this 2v2 space. You're completely right. He's putting in that damage. He's getting those knockouts. And together, though, they're both doing those combos, and I think that was a combo off a weapon throw. It was absolutely insane. But for game 2, we're back on the loved Mammoth Fortress, hoping that red team can kind of get a download from that game 1 and bring themselves back into this set.
Lampy and Wubsy, I'm not really sure about their history of teaming with them. They look very, very natural with each other. That synergy had a decent amount of time in the develop. So although Lampy has to fall down to that second stock, and Wubsy maybe soon to join because a blue team like sharks in the water, relentless chasing Wubsy all the way around the stage, around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world. But honestly, blue team synergy is looking quite nicely. That's something that I brought up. I brought up red team's history together because Megd has after blue guys needed to kind of take a bit of a break from Brawlhalla to focus on some other things, Megd has had to float around for a little bit to try to find a twos partner, and Megd has played with a bunch of people. You could make a pretty decently sized list of all the people that Megd has tried to play with, but I think Walshy is the pick right now, and I am living for it because they are about to go to winners finals, a guaranteed top 3 in a mini major right here in Moose Wars, but not if Wubs and Lampy have anything to say about it, as they are actually very even neck and neck and maybe about to build up a lead if they're able to get Walshy down to that last stock. Ooh. Lampy has to be the first one to reach down to that last stock. Wubs almost to join, but that hefty armor on that Ulgrim, you know, craftsman in basically I think in the dimension, what's his lore again, is able to make some good armor, and he is. That defense on Ulgrim lets Wubs last for a little bit longer, but that 2v1 right on Lampy right now is not looking too good. Lampy almost falling down out of the game. Megd almost maybe to join Walshy in that little overcommit they had off stage, but nah, the game is a little bit close to Eve actually. Oh, it's a little hard to do the math. It's a little bit in favor of blue team because stocks are 2 and 3, but Megd is soon to join everybody on the 1 stock club.
Yeah, and he is officially a member of that 1 stock club, the cleanest 1 stock on the screen. And Ulgrim is going to have to craft a victory here because we're seeing a little bit of a lead from the blue team, but it's looking fairly even. Wubs kind of orange on that stock, almost orange yellowish, but we're really going to see the red team and the blue team hash it out here. This is what matters the most. All players 1 stock. Lampy's really forcing Megd off stage, but Wubs goes off stage, gonna allow a 2v1 onto Lampy, and that's gonna set up for a 2v1 on Wubs, which sets up into a 1v1 versus Wubs and Megd. Wubs on that Ulgrim, Megd on that Petra. Now we know it's whoa, Wubs getting
Where did that come from?
Wubs getting crazy. I might try that in my rank game for a kill confirm because we know everyone's avoiding the axe Sayer. But Megd's just looking for that sidelight Sayer or that recovery, and Wubs kind of has to play differently here because we all know what's happening. We all know Wubs wants to hit that Sayer, and Petra has, you know, fairly low defense, so a Sayer should take her out. Wubs fighting back to stage. Also looking for a Cider on Lance. Sidelight Cider is going to put some damage on, but not take him off. Going to set up for an off-stage engagement or edge guard engagement. Wubs desperately looking for a weapon. GC Sidelight Cider is going to put blue team up 2-0, I believe.
Yeah, that last hit was crucial because that was either going to let Wubs and Lampy tie up the set, or it was Megd and Walshy going up 2-0. So that was crucial over whether or not they were able to get a lead or if they were able to get a balanced set. So right now, Wubs and Lampy, the dream of the 1-1 is starting to sail a little bit. They now need to do a reverse 3-0, a single game, which means every single one of their 6 stocks means just a little bit more now.
Yep. Lampy and Wubbs are really going to have to settle into that tournament mindset, and the only way for them to go into winners final is for them to indeed reverse 3, which means to win 3 games in a row without dropping one in order to knock the blue team down into the lower bracket. So we're going to see how that gameplay changes up a little bit. Maybe we're going to see a bit more conservative play from the red team, or a burst-oriented play to kind of throw Megdi and Walshy off. But from how game 1 and game 2 were looking, Megdi and Walshy are hot, and there's no sign of them cooling down.
Hot off the grill and ready to go. This is going to be pretty difficult to not be a 3-0, but still, honestly, the game is still looking quite even. You can see blue team starting to focus Wubbs a little bit. Both Wubbs and Lampy are huge threats, but honestly, I don't blame them for trying to focus their shift their focus a little bit more onto Wubbs rather than Lampy. Wubbs being very efficient with those KOs, but still, that would give Lampy way more space to build up this damage. Walshy also able to build up damage quite nicely. Both members of red team have done a great damage of damaging both members of blue team. It's kind of hard to tell who red team is focusing on. I really think that they're just trying to, you know, shift and rotate, not really trying to tunnel vision anyone in particular. Meanwhile, you can easily tell who blue team is focusing, that being Wubbsy, the main kind of KO collector, the number generator, who's really efficient with those signatures. But like I said, that gives Lampy a lot more free range. Since they're not being focused, they can have a lot more space to build up and rack up that damage and make us that what limited time Wubbs might potentially have here is still very effective. But Walshy instantly stepping up, looking like a completely different player on the sticks entirely, and has done a great job of getting this damage. Right now has to rock a little bit steady on sword. They've been doing most of the work on gauntlets, so how they're able to make work sword, how they're able to do some cleeping, how they're able to do some sweeping, some cleaning, and sure, some cleeping too. Wubbs now on bracket stuck. Lampy have to try their hardest to not join them and make sure that Walshy and Megdi join Wubbs on that one stock gang right there. Wubbs, this defense on Algrim, I have some faith that this will take them far and that Wubbs will be able to last this amount of time. Wubbs gonna start to play, just like you said, a little bit more conservatively, trying to be a little bit more careful. Lampy joining Wubbs on that one stock. Wubbs about to get knocked out of the stock, but Lampy with a fantastic save, able to make Wubbs' tournament, or not, bracket life just last a little bit longer. Get up, come on, take my hand, I'm bringing you with me. We're running together to try to cancel this 3-0. But right now, both members of blue team are just relentless off stage as Lampy
Wubbs!
and
Oh my god!
Megdi with an uppercut at the bottom of the stage takes red team out. Oh my god!
Wow, what a performance. And I believe that was Megdi styling a little bit in the end, as the blue team is going to take that with a 3-0 and 4 stocks to 0 stocks. So a pretty dominant and convincing win. Although we did see that bread and butter executioner Wubbs taking those stocks, it just wasn't enough to stop the piping hot the piping hot attacks, the piping hot combos, the piping hot gameplay from Megdi and Walshy, and it's looking really good for this team. Very, very exciting. And I've been seeing Megdi and Walshy synergize so well, play off each other so well, and be an extremely efficient 2v2 team. I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to go up against Godly and Java, because we've been seeing these game 5s, and I don't think we've seen a game 4, but everything on stream between Walshy and Megdi, if I check my bracket correctly, has been a 3-0. So we're definitely going to see how strong, and 3-0 is definitely going to boost your confidence, how strong they're feeling going into that winner's final.
And with that being said, I think that's the end of our block right here. So me and Mantis would just like to give you a very, very warm thank you for joining us on this stream. We will go to a short little break, just barely long enough to, you know, refill some water bottles, we repping some merch, and just barely enough time to get some things set up. Again, thank you so much for joining us on this explosive safari through the Jurassic Carnage Winners 16 bracket. We will be back with some casters to take us all home and to crown our champion. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
What is going on, guys? It is me, Slow Motion. I'm here with my boy Hackle. We are here for the rest of your Jurassic Carnage 2v2 action on the North America side, obviously. We've had some, I've been watching the tournament so far. I've been watching stream. We've had some crazy, amazing sets. Some definite upsets. It's been a lot of fun to watch, man. What do you think, Hackle?
I'm dumbfounded by what's been going on so far today, man. Like, I think the biggest name to think about when you're thinking what's been going on behind the scenes and before the stream and now, you know, on stream, earlier sets, is Godly and Java, right? That duo, they've been taking names, and the bigger thing is that, you know, Godly is not an NA player. This is a purely NA East tournament. Godly, an EU player, UK player. I myself, as you know, a fellow Brit, I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see someone taking names from a different region from their own home in the UK. And yeah, I mean, besides that, we have the return of Sandstorm here with Santy, which is, you know, they haven't been doing, you know, they haven't been as dominant as Java and Godly, but they've been doing a great job so far. They have made it into the top 8 right here. And yeah, besides that, we've had some interesting matches. We've had a couple of little upsets, but besides that, I mean, it's been fairly consistent to what you'd expect.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you mentioned Sandstorm being back. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure him and Santy are in getting that practice in for MSI, but it's so good to see him back. I mean, you knew when he said that he was going to take a break that it wouldn't be long. There's something about this game that just keeps us addicted, and we just can't say no. And so it's good to see him back. Interested to see what he can do tonight in Jurassic Carnage. Definitely excited to see him with my boy Santy. Everybody knows I'm a big Santy and Simba fan. Cool to see my boy trying to throw down with Sandstorm here in this tournament. Interested to see what they can do tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think seeing Sandstorm back, yeah, like you said, not a huge surprise. I mean, I think some people, when they saw his break announcement, they were thinking, you know, might be gone for a little bit longer than we expect, because his main issues with leaving were issues with the game itself. But he's back, especially since he's got that invitation to MSI, and actually, as we speak, we are going to be going into this next game by the looks of things, which is going to be Luna and Pugsy versus, as we mentioned, Sandstorm and Santy. It's going to be a very, very interesting match. Obviously, Luna, Pugsy, pretty much the most dominant name in NA to use right now.
I mean, we've been sitting here talking about Sandstorm and Santy in the set, but let's not take away, like you said, Luna and Pugsy. I mean, absolute insane team right there. We've seen them both do it individually. Not Pugsy's normal 2v2 partner, but definitely has good support in Luna, and see if these guys can get it figured out against Santy and Sandstorm. And just like that, we're dropping, weapons dropping, everybody's clutching up. And here we go, Pugsy and Luna taking stage control of that center stage and starting to lay down the damage early on red team here. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
so much aggression right at the beginning. That's crazy. He seems to not waste any time.
Yeah, I think what's interesting to see here is the legend picks coming out from the red team, because Sandstorm has you know, he's known for his previous time playing twos with Boomie, and he's basically played whoever works with Boomie. Right here, he's playing the core to stick with Santy's Koji, which we've seen work when he played with Snowy last year. But right now, despite that being the case, they are actually in a bit of a tough situation against the blue team here, and a nice handoff! Three-piece handoff by the blue team.
Oh, got him both!
Into the Sair. Will shut down
Sandstorm's on his last stock.
Second stock. Already on his final stock.
Last stock, bro.
Less than a minute into this game.
1 minute into this game. Oh my goodness. It's just been a crazy night, man. Like I said, like we said, we've been backstage watching these matches, watching everything develop so far tonight, man. Just absolute crazy gameplay so far. The upsets, the matchups, everything that's popped off tonight. And we've got so much action for you guys tonight so far. And look, Santy and Sandstorm popping back, getting the stocks. But man, is it too little too late? Luna, Pugsy just now on their second stock, looking perfectly healthy, ready to go. Oh, the pressure coming.
Sandstorm is going to be able to make it back, but he's going to get shut down by Luna. And it's dire straight here for the red team. In under 2 minutes, they're down to having one stock against the 4 of blue, as Santy falls there, not being able to get a chase dodge off that nair, not being able to make it back to the stage, and now he's going to try to pull all the stops out with all of the cheeky movement to try and just weave around the blue team and get whatever he can done, but really, it's not a very good situation for him to be in here, as blue team can and will just delete his stock just like that.
There it is. Well, Hackle, that happened.
That did absolutely happen.
That took place. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolute crazy showing for Luna and Pugsy in that opening game. I mean, I assume. Oh, looks like we may be having some connection issues. They're trying to get Sandstorm back in here. That was a dominating performance in that opening game. Interested to see what kind of adjustments we can make over on that red team to try and combat that. Yeah, it looks like we were having some connection issues on Sandstorm's end. But the game has been played. That's what it is, and they're gonna have to make this setup. Hopefully, he can get that figured out and get it turned around.
Yes, current small issue is the teams being incorrect. I don't think we're here to see Santy and Pugsy versus Luna and Sandstorm. While Luna and Sandstorm would
that would
an incredibly
be a
high
match
team.
too. Yeah.
But
I mean, if this doesn't work out for them, maybe they should just swap around.
But sticking with the exact same legends, actually going back into this, by the looks of things. And as I was saying, Sandstorm on that core, which is a legend that before he took his hiatus from the game, that was who he was playing. That's who he played, I think, in PCX last year. And in Winters, I'm fairly sure. And he has the experience with the gauntlets because everyone knows him for his Mordex, right? And he has the gauntlets on there. He's picked up gauntlets on most of the legends he plays. But the hammer is something we haven't seen him play as much compared to the gauntlets, the scythe, and those two weapons that he's really well known for. Santy, meanwhile, is very consistent on weapons like sword. We've seen him play Asuri. But Asuri doesn't really fit into the twos matter the same way Koji can, so I'm not surprised to see this twos duo by the blue team. Although I do think they definitely need to find something to answer back to the raw aggression the red team's been dishing up for them so far.
Yeah, you notice as we break into the second game, the tempo is a little different. A little more reserved in the opening strikes here. And Pugsy going way out the stage. Another early stock off a Sandstorm. That is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I think the red team heard you say that the tempo had changed, and they were like, okay, let's delete Sandstorm. I think
exactly.
What I've seen from all of these sets with Sandstorm, like tonight, has been he's been going down really, really early in comparison to Santy. Like, he's been going down very, very quick, very, very early. I don't know if that's a testament to his aggression or a lack of defense from Santy. It could be a bit of both, or it could be a bit of neither, really. Twos is a very, very fluctuating game mode, but as we move on into these later stocks, it's actually looking pretty equal considering how early Sandstorm lost that first stock, or he is getting knocked deep into that orange by the high strength of the double axes of the red team, but Santy will actually bring Pugsy down onto his second stock, and he'll be quickly shut down back onto his own, but Sandstorm with the super deep ground pound. I don't think Luna was expecting that whatsoever, man.
And that's why he's the GOAT. Great awareness, able to keep his composure, go down there, scoop it up. Ooh, Pugsy with the ground pound though on him. Coming up with the recovery. Working that bow. Bow's in a really good spot right now. Been seeing a lot of people talk about it.
Absolutely. I mean,
people trying to say it's better than gauntlets right now. I don't know about all that. It is definitely a powerhouse of a weapon right now.
Yeah, in its current state, it's a very, very fast weapon, and while the most popular meta for twos really is, heavy hitting weapons, lots of active frames, bow doesn't really fit into that category, but its high speed does let you get away with some really nasty things. Speaking of nasty things, Sandstorm with the ground pound into the weapon throw, shutting down Luna's final stock, and like you said, the tempo completely different here. Although Pugsy does have those two stocks, you've got Santy barely touched in his final. Sandstorm a bit more damaged, but this is this is a top level twos game. In a 2v1, you want every single leg up you can get because these players can and will just do that, or a quick send off, quick handoff with a team combo, and you're gone. So Pugsy needs to find a way in between these two.
I mean, but you're stuck in between Sandstorm and Santy. Like, that's such a that's just an unthinkable place to be in for the rest of us here. I mean, how do you even adjust to that? How do you even combat that? But Pugsy put it down right now. If he can get Sandstorm out of this equation right now, there it is. If he can turn it around, this is winnable right now. This 2v1, turn it into a 1v1. Pugsy popping off, working the sword, has Santy in his clutches right now. Oh man, this could be trouble for blue team. This will put him down 2 games in the set, and that is not where they want to be. Is he fighting back? Here we go. Has the slight disadvantage when it comes to the damage as Santy's starting to pile it on right now. Weapon throw switching back over to Bo. Nice, a little neutral light. Missing the recovery.
Got to think about the fact that Pugsy recently has placed actually quite well in ones, coming 5th in spring 1v1s. He's hot off that performance, so in a 1v1 here, he's probably feeling quite good, and he's holding his own here with that axe. Santy, meanwhile, is going to be looking for that knockout option. Pugsy lands the Sair, but it's not quite enough just yet. So close! The Nair doesn't knock out just yet. Pugsy gets the axe back, lands a DC, and that is it.
They're up 2-0 against Santy and Sandstorm, bro.
They absolutely are, and this is in loser's side. Whoever loses this set is actually going out of the tournament. And I mean, what is shocking to see is in that game, Pugsy putting out almost 700 damage with Jala. And I mean, everyone mentions it when Pugsy's playing twos, but you've got to mention Jala and her stats. 4 defense Pugsy is rocking. That's with an extra defense stance. In twos, you want defense, right? You want that survivability. And Pugsy somehow manages to tank those stocks with a 4 defense legend and come out with so much damage and so much survivability. It's really, really impressive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, Greenmore, looks like he's going to try and reset this internet. One last-ditch effort to keep them in this set, keep them in the tournament. Like you mentioned, this is elimination bracket right now. And it is a do or die for Sandstorm and Santy. They have got to get it done. Absolutely got to get it done. Sandstorm clocking back in here. We're going to get these maps striked out of the way and see where we're going to go. This is, I'm nervous for it, man. Red team has definitely held their own, definitely been the dominating force here in these first 2 games. And Santy and Sandstorm have to make their stand. 3 in a row is what they need to stay in this tournament. That's unreal.
It is, and you know what makes me even more nervous?
Get it done.
It is the former King Sandstorm himself, but what makes me even more nervous in the situation is the lack of map or legend swap by the blue team. I guess they're so confident in their ability to bring this back with the reverse 3-0. They don't need to swap legends, they don't need to swap maps. They stick with what they've been doing so far and change up something in their gameplay. And even more than last game, tempo is a lot slower. We're seeing a lot more reserved gameplay from Sandstorm and Santy. We're seeing a lot more taking the time to think about how they're going to approach their opponents, keep them apart. And right now they're doing a decent job of that, keeping Pugsy and Luna away from each other. Santy pushing Pugsy all the way out to the side, and the double Sair will be enough to knock him out early. That's that low defense we're talking about here. But Luna's going to try and come back with a vengeance. And right now, blue team is to try and hold on to that lead. The downlight ground pound by Sandstorm is enough to hold on to that lead. And the blue team has a sizable advantage compared to their previous matches.
Oh,
that sighting takes out both of them!
And he emoted on him!
You know, I may be wrong, but I think Sandstorm or Santy, one of them was in orange, and that side stick took out both of them. They have got to be mad. I'm sorry, they have got to be mad after that. That hurts.
The power
that
of
hurts
the
to watch. Yeah, power of the bull. I mean, it's the Roman Reigns crossover, but the strength is still there.
Oh yeah, that's still bull energy through and through.
I mean, demonstrated by another side sig from Luna, knocking out Santy so early. That is the power of Teros in twos, is that ability to just shut down stocks so quick to Santy. Santy has had a fire lit in his eyes. He has been knocked out early too many times. He's trying to come back with revenge, but doesn't manage to solidify either KO off the side with those sword edge guards. Does build good damage, and
they're on tournament stock, bro.
Actually going to get a team kill on Pugsy. Santy and Sandstorm both on tournament stock here in losers bracket.
Well, they're going for it.
Expect to see, but they are going for it. Sandstorm going deep off stage, just like we know him to do. And Santy being a bit more reserved, being that little back cover player for his teammate. While Sandstorm tries to get a bit more aggressive. The dash in DC, a very, very perfect finish there. And now if they can focus down Pugsy enough, like they're trying to do, they might have the key to get their name on the board for a win this set.
I mean, definitely. I mean, it's about pride at this point. You never want to get swept out of a set, especially when you are so decorated as these 2 players right here. Definitely trying to hold on, but they are in the position to do it. They can get it done right here if they can get the stock off of Luna. But Sandstorm is super red. So is Santy. And Luna has the Teros. Oh my goodness. Hammers flying. Here we go. Here we go. Santy picking him up though. Battle of the hammers.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my
god! Right off the top of the map. And that is going to send Sandstorm and Santy out of here for the day. Hopefully they are signed up for a 1v1s tomorrow and can get that redemption on their own accord. Great finish for them though. Definitely top 8 winner side. Not I mean, top 8, not a bad place to be. Congratulations to them. But Luna and Pugsy gonna be moving forward in tonight's Jurassic Carnage.
Yeah,
Oh my
mean,
goodness.
I did say at the end of last game how impressive it was that Pugsy was getting that much damage done and that's much survivability with Finn crossover for Jala.
And then Luna pops off with 700.
Yeah, Luna comes and gets 7-2-3 damage, all the KOs, does get one accident, but I mean, it was worth it because in that accident, he also managed to get out of Sandstorm. And, you know, that match was kind of the new kings versus, you know, the old king and his prince, right? And we were hoping to see, you know, a proper duke out of old versus new. But really, it was 3-0 in favor of Luna and Pugsy. And I mean, the moment it started to look convincing for the blue team, one of Luna or Pugsy would just and shut it down. And yeah, that Raffia KO at the end was just so sick. That final situation of being a 2v1 with both his opponents in the deep red. That's just a terrorist's playground, man. He can do whatever he wants at that point. One hit.
Luna's nutty on that Taros. He is just absolutely nutty on the Taros. Unbelievable. With that being said, though, we are going to get ready for our next game. And oh my goodness, it's going to be a good one. We got everybody getting in here now. Looks like we got, hold on. Where is... There we go. All these screens, I can't get organized.
Everyone, we are looking at Parallel and Tiffany.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Hardy MJ. This is going to be a good one. I always love watching Hardy play twos because Hardy comes into twos with the mindset of, okay, how can I make a legend that isn't normally played in twos work well for me? He's done that Great Sword, he's played Jayon in twos, and now he's picking the Fate, which we saw in I think we saw him pick Fate in Galactic War. And we saw earlier on today some incredible Scythe play in those two situations. And if you can make Scythe work in twos, it does work wonders, but it takes a lot of practice because it is a mainly, you know, focused on one person-oriented weapon. It's very good in 1v1 to score all those reads. But in twos, you want to be able to pass off to your teammate. And Scythe, while it has the active input to, you know, manipulate where your opponent's going, it can only hit one person at a time with most of its active input moves.
But it's still definitely a strong weapon in 2v2s, especially in the hands of Hardy. He very deadly on that Fate. We've seen it many times. But Tiffany, I've been able to see her play a lot here lately in Bearded Brawls. In the improvement that I have seen so far this season is absolutely unreal. Definitely absolutely crazy on the bow. We're gonna see on that on the Caspian right now, it looks like. Or on the Nash right now, it looks like. She also has a very nasty Azoth. If we get to see that pulled out today, that'd be a lot of fun to watch as well. Interested to see what they can do going up against a Simba and a Hardy. But we are all going to fight out together right now as they drop in. Let's see what pops off.
Yeah, I mean, we have Parallel here on that Nash. We have Tiff on that Caspian. And, you know, the trademark katars that Tiff is mainly known for here. And katars, kind of like Scythe, are more of a string-oriented weapon that they're not as often seen in the twos meta. But if you can make it work, any weapon is viable. That is one of the glorious things about this game, is that pretty much anything is viable in any situation if you play it the right way. But as we speak, Hardy is going to take Parallel all the way off the side and gets the GC on the D-Sig. That's 2 early knockouts on both blue team members. 30 seconds, as you say. If not, both blue team members and now red team just slowing down the momentum, sticking together and just waiting for openings.
There's definitely great momentum at the beginning of this opening game. Be able to take that and run with it. Definitely, I mean, you know, Brawlhalla is such a mental game. And you come out and you just get those 2 early stocks in the first 30 seconds, and now your opponent has to play that back, but they clap right back with it, getting that double KO, and everything's looking a little more even now, Hackle. Everything's looking a little more even.
That was almost a synchronized double side stick on the blue team, I'm pretty sure. And I mean, they have evened up the stocks, but they haven't evened up the damage. Maybe if you know, you can't see colors, it's equal. But actually, well, you know, cost is cost. As I say it, they even up the damage quite well here. Parallel now fighting to stay alive on that second stock, keeping himself in this game. Meanwhile, Tiff got onto the final stock here, but they actually have been able to make up the damage against the red team quite well in comparison to how early they got shut down on those first stocks.
Tiff looking a little worse for wear right now, though. Definitely the lowest on the board at the moment. Oh, as I say, after Parallel getting sent down with a nasty dare coming off of that orb. Hardy doing work with that side as we talked about, taking the side control now. Oh, what a ground pound though. And coming up with a recovery, working the whole side over there, getting the pressure off and was able to capitalize it from parallel. Just like that, they're right back in it. What? Wow, what an exchange. What synergy in that exchange right there for blue team. Very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is doable for blue team, but Tiff has to stay alive. But that will also mean that if she's sticking away from the fray, that gives red team a chance to get some damage onto her teammate. And right now, that is exactly what has been happening. Tiff now down under the stage, trying to make it back. She does manage to dodge past the weapon throw. And now damage evening up on most players besides Hardy, who is actually still in the yellow. And Tiff lands the recovery onto Parallel, and that is going to shut down Parallel's final stock. What was looking possibly doable for the blue team is now looking more and more impossible. Tiff is going to have to play a perfect final stock here, and you know the odds aren't looking great, especially with Hardy.
She got a hard time getting back up there. He's edge guard with everything he has on that side, switching back, letting Simba take the lead. Oh, there we go. Okay.
That kills.
We see you, Tiffany. We see you. Oh, trying to throw the haymaker.
Man.
Oh my god, you can't blame her. You can't blame her. But wasn't quite enough.
I mean, I will say, after the start of that game, I would not have expected it to go down to 1 stock.
Oh no, not at all.
Just Hardy. I expected maybe like a 2-stock victory for the red team, maybe 3, but that went down to the wire. This is a really volatile matchup.
I expect it to be a little more decisive than what it was right there for sure. Like I said, man, Parallel, I haven't been able to see them play a whole lot, but Tiffany's been popping off. And you can see definitely had the right movement, was looking really good there, just not quite enough to get it done. And definitely a very close game. See what they have in store for us in game 2 and see if blue team can make some sort of a rally here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now we're just waiting on the next match to start, but I want to talk a little bit about the usage of Katars by Tiff in that last game. Like I said, Katars not a very commonly used weapon in 2s, but she makes it work. She finds the follow-ups and she makes it work, and it's really, really impressive to see players like Tiff, like Hardy. This is kind of a matchup of 2 players who are using unorthodox weapons in 2s and making it work. I mean, Hardy, especially that scythe, we were saying before, it works. It works really well, way better than you would expect, and it's it's really, really impressive to watch.
Oh, couldn't agree more. He's I've always said that Hardy's a really fun player to watch. Period. You never know what he's gonna do. And that's exciting for me. You never know what he's going to pull out. You never know what he's going to play. And you can sit there and say great sword is bad all at once. And we all see how he's a master with it. I don't know if there's really anybody else that can move the way he does a great sword. And I've said time and time again, I think it is such an underexplored weapon. I think it's a lot more viable than what people give it credit for. And I think with a little more time in the community, I think more people are going to pick up on that. Whether we get to see it from him tonight is yet to be seen, but we are finally going to strike in to this next match here. And we do seem to have some legend changes looking from these little PFPs striking away from Parallel here. We were unable, you guys at home, we were unable to see the legend selections due to lobby issues, but we are now getting a strike, and it looks like a Tiff is staying on that Caspian. Okay, there we go. We got an Olga from Parallel. Nothing. Thor, Simba on the Thor, Hardy on the Fate again. This should be interesting. I'm interested to see this Olgrim might be the pick. Bringing a Lance Axe into the equation is definitely going to mix things up one or the other. See what red team can do to combat it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the current state, we were talking about unorthodox weapons in 2s, but Olgrim is the definition of orthodox in 2s. But Hardy is going insane off the side. Tiff with the recovery, but it isn't going to be enough. They punish the save. Take out both blue team members.
Bro, 10 second double KO. 10-second double KO.
You can't beat that. You just can't. Like, there's no answer. But Tiff is trying to answer back with the Katars, but she's going to go down again.
Oh no. Oh no.
And now it's a team combo. What is left for them to do? Oh my god.
Well, the Olgrim wasn't as effective as we thought it was going to be. Oh, poor Tiff. That's all right. Let's see if she can pull it back. Get it together here. It is not over yet. This is Brawlhalla. Anything can happen. Stock finally coming off of Simba. A Hardy working the edge. Tiff getting that nair. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Still not looking great, but looking better than it was about 10 seconds ago. Hopefully they can keep this rally going, get this set tied up.
Yeah, I mean, I really think if Tiff hadn't gone down just to an SD in that second stock, this would be way, way closer, but he just went a bit too deep with those katars, hoped to land the nair to get a chase dodge out, and just didn't manage to catch it, and now she's, same as last game, battling for survival on that final stock, but that's a nice N-sig by Parallel. Now both red team members are getting sent down low, and they're actually both dead. They've equalized up to 1 stock apiece. Again, how do they do this?
The rally right now. Blue team continuing to fight Parallel. Get a little sweaty over the edge, coming right back with a throw. Tiffany getting sent way over to the left side of the map. Oh, you guys love to see a good close game. I love to see a good comeback. Love to see the underdogs win. See what blue team can do in this game too. Simba having none of it though. Sending Parallel out to the side with a monster sig. Okay, Parallel coming up with recovery, trying to hit the double, not able to do it. Tiffany come back up with a Sayer, back up on stage, reaching for it. Ooh,
there is no way. There is no way.
Simba picking the Sayer. Oh my goodness! Look how close the health is all across the board. Oh, a scythe nair,
dude.
That was crazy.
If Parallel
comes down to Parallel and Hardy. Hardy getting the first attack. Send him out.
It's down to 1 stock again. That game was closer than game 1, and then we had a 10-second double KO. How? I am lost for words. You are absolutely right when you said this is Brawlhalla, anything can happen, and they proved it.
Just happened.
That was absurd. That was absurd.
Both games super close. I was gonna say second game was looking a lot more decisive than that first one, but man, shut me up right where I stand. A Parallel and Tiffany clapping back, not able to get the dub. Man, was that close. I think they get on the scoreboard here in game 3. I think they get on the scoreboard in game 3. They do not go out without a dub.
I think that's
just my opinion. That's my humble opinion. I could be wrong.
They're fighting hard for it, and it's definitely possible. They've shown that they can come back from almost anything, man. And I mean, yeah, if that game was possible to be 1 hit away at the end with an Olgrim Sig, and I think that's all it was possible in this
one
set.
Hit. It was Hardy just got a hold of him beforehand. That was crazy. Well played. You love to see it.
Right now we're waiting on players too. I think they're restarting their game. A bit of an internet issue happening for a couple players, but I'll get back to what I was saying before that game happened. The Olgrim right now is, you know, the staple character for Pugsy if you're thinking about weapons and SIGs, right? Olgrim has SIGs with loads of active frames. He's got the Axe, which is, you know, just like worldwide known for twos. Each region has a little bit of a difference in meta, but if you keep track of EU twos or especially South American twos, there's a lot of Olgrim played. There's a lot of Lance played in those regions, and there's a good reason for it because Lance, especially with that recent buff it received, is, you know, it's back, and it's back in a big way, especially in twos. That true combo it has with Sidelight D-Light sets up for a lot of really powerful team combos and follow-ups for your teammate, and that is what makes this game mode so much more interesting and so much more deep than just a normal 1v1, because there's so much more to think about at the same time as your own moves.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. You know, you touch on the fact that the meta changes so much between regions, and I actually point that out a lot. It really does blow my mind. You know, we can watch an EU tourney, and like you said, we see all the lances. You know, and the meta is just so different. Then you come over to NA, and you have a player or two that, you know, will pull the lance out, has as a pocket pick. You know, Koslik to you know, just ride or die on that Olgrim and Scarlet. But it's just very interesting to see the way the different regions mix things up, for sure. In the way that different play styles are viable in different regions. I don't know. It's just kind of weird to follow. But the more I am involved in Brawlhalla Esports, the more I get introduced to the different regions besides NA, the more I get to see it. And, definitely exciting to watch. Waiting on Simba. No, we're waiting on Parallel to get back in here so we can get this game of 3 started for you guys.
Yeah, and I mean, what you're talking about, you know, how people make different things work across regions. It's a testament to what I was saying about the fact that Brawl, as a game, you know, there's metas, there's optimal options and so on, but you can make pretty much anything work if you put enough time and effort into it. I mean, some people would argue, why would I put more time into a Legend where I can play, you know, Taros and just... But, I mean,
that's not... I mean,
fun.
Me personally, that's not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun. If you play what you enjoy in Brawlhalla, if you play it enough, if you play it right, you can get it to work. And that is what makes this game so absolutely fantastic to play. And that is what makes those regional metas so different, because
Oh, absolutely.
it all works. All of it
Oh, yeah.
works in its own different way.
Couldn't agree more. Parallel, slide him back up in here. The emotes are flying in the lobby. These guys are cracking me up right now. See if we can get them in here for this game 3. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
And I think we are. Okay, here we go.
Finally.
Gonna stick on that Algrim. Not gonna waver. I think that's a good pick though. I really do. I think Tiffany, got those first couple stocks got away from her, and that game would have gone completely different if she would have not lost both of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If she would have been able to hold on just a little longer, be able to get a little more damage, that would have definitely gone completely different. So let's see what they can do. Buckle down with it, and it's do or die right now. This is game 3. They are down 0-2. They have got to get it done. This is elimination bracket side, and it has to be right here, right now.
It absolutely does. And I mean, going into this next game, I think we're going to hope to see a bit more of an evenly paced match here. I mean, Tiff and Parallel showed that they have what it takes to knock the wind out of the sails of Red Team here. If they can do that without losing their stocks really early on, they have absolutely what it takes to at least get their names on the board and possibly take the set in a reverse PO. But Red Team is sitting pretty with these victories they have under their belts in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, running 3 games in a row is definitely a hard mountain to climb, especially when you're down like that. But I mean, we've seen the reverse 3s. We've seen it many times in Brawlhalla Esports. And look at Parallel popping off of the neutral 6 right now, going to work on that Algrim. Simba trying to get back up. Oh my God, Parallel went up to go save his teammate, gave Simba the opportunity to get back up on stage. Oh, Tip, nice recovery on those gauntlets.
Parallel now proving that the Algrim was actually the pick.
Oh, yeah.
And getting good work done with that axe. He has managed to tank and be the last person on their first stock in this match. And right now, Red Team are kind of scrambling to get him off it, really. And this is when you sort of see adaptations happen between two teams. It's the question of, do we focus down the person on the lower stock, or do we try to keep him equal and just win it fair and square? And either is a viable option, but Simba, with some beautiful hammer play, will just say, no, I'll just get rid of Parallel. Just like this. It's just as easy. Watch. And
oh my goodness, Hardy.
They're taking their turns to pop off on the Red Team, but they have to get it done at the same time, or Blue Team will just pull it away from them. Right now, they have a slight damage lead, but every single hit is a shift in lead for each team. But Parallel with the dare clash.
Oh, trying to save, couldn't do it.
Oh, no.
Oh, Hardy's so lucky. That was a bad position to be in. Went down to go and try to save Simba. Almost lost his stock as well. And this is a completely even game right now. Blue Team in a great position to get a score on the bracket here. Oh. Stocks are falling. Parallel reaching up with the Sayer, going deep on Simba. Hitting him with, hit him with the neutral stick again. Weapon throw to the face. Oh my goodness. How are they? Oh my.
Oh, you're crazy.
I gotta walk away. How did he get him back up there?
It doesn't matter. Simba's gone though. Parallel absolutely popping off this game.
Oh my goodness.
But it might not even matter. So while Hardy has got Parallel down to his final stock, he's got 2 stocks to contest with his 1. And that Scythe could work out for him, but without a teammate to cover him on that single focus the Scythe offers, he might get punished here by.
I'm interested to see what kind of strategy Hardy goes with here, trying to keep both these guys at bay with that Scythe. Tiff coming off the ground pound. That's going to end it right there. No, Hardy able to get back up. He was able to touch somehow the way. Oh, he's chased him all the way.
No way,
Hardy! No, he overplayed it.
If he hit that net, Parallel's career over. Absolutely.
That was funny.
That was a fun game. Parallel went absolutely crazy. But in the meantime, Tiff did not do bad at all. 400 damage, 3 KOs is a good amount to put out when your teammate is doing like a lot of pop-off work. She got more KOs than Parallel, because Parallel was setting up all these beautiful situations for Tiff to just come down, finish off stocks off the edge of the stage with the Gauntlet's ground pound, with the Car's ground pound, getting work done.
Oh yeah. Man, like I said, I felt in my bones they were gonna get on the board there. I'd love to see it. Not gonna get no sort of weapon legend swaps. Oh, this was. Oh, all right, we're watching this replay right here. Hold on. Oh no, we didn't get to see Hardy chase him under the map like that. That was interesting. Went for it, but almost got the touch. He almost made it happen. Not quite enough distance. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Thank you, production.
Oh man.
Oh man, almost got it.
If he hit the nair, it would have been so much of a different clip. He was so close with that little bit of back charge that the launch recovery gives when you're charging it up. Might have been what saved Parallel. Now we're going into game number 4 here. Parallel is not afraid to be popping off the edge with that axe again. Simba's just going to, run away, and in response, Hardy building up the damage on Tiff with that scythe, not slowing down off the edge here, trying to shut down that slot early, but Tiff is going to make it back and turn the tables around on Hardy, who's going to retreat back around the stage. And it's just every single second, one person takes their time to pop off, and now it's Simba's turn. Oh, what did he takes himself out off the edge. What is this set? And I have no words. I have no words.
This is
It's now up to Parallel to try and
quick.
hold on to this final stock, while Hardy is a bit less damaged on that not final stock, first stock. But it is I think down to who goes down to our second stock first. And it was almost both of them, I'll be honest, it was almost both of them with that recovery by Tiff. But the game state hasn't changed in a good 20 seconds or so. Someone needs to go down, and I think it's gonna be Parallel with that hard sidelight by Hardy and that defensive game. Trying to shut down Hardy's first stock, doesn't manage to get it done. Simba is getting damage still onto him on that second stock. Blue team has a window of time here where they can try and get some kind of handoff or team come onto Simba. Doesn't manage to happen.
Oh, that's big.
But Tiff, she's going to try and make up for it.
Oh, that would have been a huge stock from Tiff.
This set is non-stop. This is so much
I know.
fun. These players are just going at it with the swiftness, and they are not slowing down. Hardy now, who was the last player to go onto the second stock, is now actually more damaged than either blue team members on the second. Looking increasingly good for the blue team. Once again, the side sync by Tiff almost knocks out Hardy, but he's going to be able to make it back on the right side of the stage here. Well, blue team's going to focus down Simba, who is alone on the side, and manages to take Parallel down underneath the stage, but neither of them actually die off the side there. They both managed to make it back safely and return to neutral.
The blue team looking amazing right now, looking really good. Going to take us into a game 5 if they can keep this going. You've got to get the stock off of Hardy as I say it. I literally talked it into existence. Tiffany getting sent down to the bottom there, trying to come back up, not trying to get up with recovery, and she does. Parallel working those SIGs, trying to get that edge guard in. Tiff bouncing around in between a rock and a hard place, gets sent over with the side SIG off of that Fate. And now Hardy and Simba looking a little worse for wear, but still anybody's game. It can end the set right here, right now, or a Tiff and Parallel can take us to a game 5. Man, what is going to happen?
Yeah, it could be anyone's game, but I think the blue team is eager to shut this down early, but Hardy is not going to let it happen as he builds more and more damage onto Tiff.
There it is.
He goes to the orange, but Parallel, in the meantime,
he's
going to get revenge.
They caught him! Game 5!
That is going to do it. We got a game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow!
We love to see it. The game 5 all the way to the longest this set can last. Maximum matches, maximum tension, maximum stakes.
Do we? They did it too fast. Do we see it? Do we see any legend swaps from a red team? I bet we do.
We do.
I bet we definitely do. Looks like Simba switching to the Val. Saw that coming. Hardy is going to stay on the Fate. No legend swaps from the blue team. And this is game 5 of Brawlhalla Esports action, guys. Man, I tell you, it's been the day of the upset all tournament long. Teams popping off that shouldn't be popping off. We're watching right now. Tiffany and Parallel going toe-to-toe with Simba and Hardy and Jay, and looking like they might be able to get it done. Wow.
Very possibly. I mean, if they get this reverse 3, that is huge for them, right? But I mean, we're seeing Simba over onto that Val, which might change up a lot here with those gauntlets. Very, very, very consistent weapons of both game modes. With a lot of damage rolling power and KO power if you land the right moves with Parallel, showing that Lance is equally useful here. And although that has happened, blue team is at a bit of a disadvantage right here in terms of damage compared to the red team. It's not major and they can equalize it pretty quickly. They can't let this slip through their fingers. They want this reverse 3. And Simba's going to try to deny it with a level 93 Val coming into this game.
Yeah, his Val's insane. He's so good on sword. He really is. I knew it was going to come out if it came down to it. Oh, there we go. Oh, overshot with that dare. Tiffany in trouble, though. Tiffany in big trouble. Oh, no, that's unfortunate. Tiffany on
again.
Tiffany's on tournament stock right now. Oh, that quick. 1 minute into game of 5,
no.
and we saw it again. Tiffany on that final stock. Wow.
Simba will just
little
pick his
saving.
moments, go off
Party in
stage,
trouble.
and just delete someone, man. Simba will just he'll spy someone off stage. And I'm like, okay, I'll buy. Tiff, no!
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Tiff, that's heartbreaking. That's
Oh,
heartbreaking.
no.
It was within their reach, and it's just slipped out of their fingers. Tiff with another SD in this set, and now it's looking like easy pickings for the red team as they knock Parallel down to their final stock here. 1 versus 5 stocks. The emote comes out. Does Parallel try? Parallel does put in the
Blue
effort.
team had it in their sights, bro.
Oh, yeah, they did. They did. And it just slipped away, man. They were grasping it.
Man.
They were grasping it, and the red team just yoinked it. That sword swap by Simba just yoinked it out of their hands. And I mean, Parallel's getting good damage on, but no matter what happens, he had such a mountain to climb. And Simba, with the staple GC Val sword side sig, 5 KOs coming out of Simba that game.
That's
Huge pop
he
off with
really
the Val.
did pop off with 5 KOs. That's crazy. Man, at the end of the day, blue team really did pop off. I mean, they went up against a nasty team. Man, just those simple mistakes when you're at this level, you're playing against this caliber of player. Just the slightest misinput, the slightest mismovement, and you can see how quick your stocks can just be gobbled up that quick. And Tiffany just learned firsthand. Unfortunately, 2 games in that set. Definitely gonna have to go back and look at that and see what they can do to improve on that. But great placing nonetheless. Hardy and Simba moving forward, and they're gonna be taking on a Dog and Pierre here in just a little bit.
That they are, but before that, we have an interesting match coming up. And I mean, predictions are probably not going to look very friendly for this game, but we have Lampy and Webs going up against Pugsy and Luna, which is sort of a fresh-faced team against what is currently the, you can discuss it, you can debate it, but the numbers say this is the current best 2v2 team in NA, Luna Pugsy. So
don't count my boy Lampy out though.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
He's a nutter. He's absolutely crazy. And he's been popping off so much in community tournaments here lately. Been doing his thing. It's super exciting to watch. And going, like you said, going up against Pugsy and Luna. That's a little rough. It's a little rough. But they are on loser side. They are not undefeatable. They are not unbeatable. And they have been sent down here tonight. No matter what they can do with it. This is gonna be an exciting set though. Definitely, and everything we've seen tonight has been exciting. They are definitely putting on a good show for us, putting on a good show for all you guys at home in chat, and see what unfolds in this drama that is Jurassic Carnage. It's been a fun one so far.
Yeah, I mean, you said Luna and Pugsy, they're not undefeatable, but in this case, they're not undefeatable.
I'm copywriting that word, by the way. Undefeatable. That is.
That is the case if you're Java and Godly. And that is, Java and Godly, the current, one of the top EU players who has not lost. I'm pretty sure he hasn't lost a one tournament since he came back this year.
I don't think so.
And Java, who is an incredibly consistent hammer player, very good in ones, very good in twos. That's a stacked team. And even though they beat Luna Pugsy, it was almost a reverse 3 for Luna Pugsy. It was down to game 5. And if it takes that much effort from a team like Java and Godly, I'm looking to see the best brawlhalla that this newer team have played in their entire life. I'm expecting Lampy to pop off like he did before that 100 damage game with Bobar. He has to. Obviously, he has to cover his back with that Oldrim. They have to get the work done. They've got to make a name for themselves, or the king is going to exile them. That's just how it is.
Wubs has got to play smart. I mean, he's on US West servers. That puts him in a slight ping disadvantage of playing over here on US East. He's got to be smart with his movements. We're seeing Algrim. You have to sit back a little slower player. You have to calculate those moves. You have to calculate those sigs, and it has to play good support here. You see him out in the boat bar, Lampy pulling out that sword. Going to be able to get those quick movements in, be able to move around the map and do what he does. Just have to see what Wubs and Lampy can do against Luna and Pugsy here. I think it's going to be a close one, though. I think we're definitely going to go to a game 4 or 5 for sure. Who's going to come out on top? Who knows? But Luna does have that Roman Reigns locked in, and that is terrifying.
It absolutely is. I mean, just seeing a Teros in twos is just like, oh man, I don't play this team.
Right.
But I know we do have, you know, we've got a Bodvar and we've got an Olgrim. Those are two very strong two technically as well, right?
Oh yeah,
especially
absolutely.
Bodvar is, you know, sort of the staple character for just consistency, and you know, if you're playing a Bodvar, you can expect good fundamentals and good consistency. And that is one of the biggest parts of twos. So, as a legend, Bodvar is fantastic in twos, and as I mentioned before, Olgrim fits that mold as well. But Lampy is going off the top early here, and the red team with a quick send-off wants his first stock as well. And they're basically here to say, nope, we might be in loser's bracket, but we aren't losing.
And Pugsy is healthy right now. Super healthy on that first stock still. Get a little punish from Luna there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up with that recovery and double nair. Coming down floating. Oh, Wubs shutting it down. Stock's falling off of Pugsy finally. Luna still holding on that first one. As I say that, bye-bye. Weapon throw to the face. Gonna knock him down to the bottom. And things look pretty even here. Wubs and Lampy a little worse for wear, but I mean, you know, Bodvar and Olgrim, so much can get done. Oh my goodness, Luna, come on. Nasty.
Doesn't matter if you can get it done with Olgrim because you're fighting Luna, and Luna will just delete you so quick.
Really did too. Man.
I mean, the blue team did such a good job at equalizing the stocks with like sort of not that much damage taken on their second stocks. But now the red team are just doing the exact same thing as they come back onto their second stock. Luna with the GC D-Light Sarah onto Lampy, and now Wubs fighting for his life off the edge with the axe. No. And Luna's just gonna stare at him with a recovery into weapon throw. And now it's one stock against 4 for Lampy here.
Lampy,
no,
man. 4. Oh my god, they literally, oh my goodness. Okay, all right. So if you're blue team right now, what is going through your mind? What adjustments do you need to make? We are seeing some adjustments though. Wubs is going to pull out the Bryn. Lampy going to stick to that Bodvar. That was a very decisive win for red team right there. Man, that plays into the middle. That plays into the momentum. That plays into everything. See what they can do coming out here in the second game. But that was a little scary if you're sitting on the side of blue team.
Yeah, I mean, you asked what does the blue team need to do to change things up, and I think the answer to that primarily is slow the red team down, because as we've seen time and time again, they get such huge payoffs by just building this momentum, going fast, getting quick knockouts, and just running with that. If you get an early knockout, that is so much leeway to move with. Even if you make a mistake, you've already got that early momentum, and they're doing it once again. It's the hammer by Luna off stage, as we can see with that recovery. It's the sword by Pugsy off stage. It's those quick imps. It's the off the top KOs. It's the team synergy. The handoffs are so slick. And Pugsy, once again, we're a minute into this game, and he's only just entered the orange on his first stop on a 4 defense legend.
Yeah, he's definitely staying out of harm's way for sure. Great movement, floating around this map, racking up the damage. Now in a little 2v1 situation, coming out pretty good out of it though. Wubs wall hugging, getting back up on stage. Reach up with the recovery, trying to stay out of the way of everything. Reaching back, and now it is the opposite 2v1 situation.
Wubs.
Oh, nice Sarah, able to stay alive here. Trying to get the good position. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a recovery, getting back up. Man, Legend's just flying right now. Waiting for get back up on stage. Things to calm down a little bit. Wubs getting tossed way up to the ceiling, reaching over with the SIG, getting tossed with the sword recovery. And Lampy trying to be careful, waiting on his partner to get back, to spawn back in. Wubs
yeah, I mean,
back in. Oh man.
If you're fighting Luna and you're off stage and he's got the hammer in hand and he's fading down below you, get away from Luna. He is going to hammer recovery you. He's going to hit you with it, and you're going to lose your stock in orange. That's just how it is. And Wubs actually gets mind-gimped by Luna. Just the mere presence of that terrorist off stage was enough to scare Wubs into not being able to make it back. Dodges to the side instead of upwards, and he's going to fall down and leave Lampy in the 2v1 situation, and yet another convincing win for the red team here.
Yeah, Pugsy with 627 damage. Man.
I swear, with this team, it's always one of them does so much damage, but they always are very consistent in sharing KO counts, right? It's very like you very rarely see them
had more
share.
damage than blue team combined. Wow.
You don't gotta mention that, man.
Well, I mean, we gotta put out the stats. That's the job, man. I'm just calling them like I see them, and 627 damage.
I think what the blue team is right now is that motivation. You can't be reminding them about that. Okay, they're going into this game, and we have a Thor coming out from Lampy. Sticking with that hammer, Thor.
Yeah.
A lot of people view Thor as sort of like an alternative to Bodvar because Orb is seen as a very similar weapon in playstyle to Sword. It's a very consistent neutral weapon. It builds damage. It has some KO options. Orb is a bit more. It has a bit more flow to it. It can get a bit more extensions.
Yeah.
And so for that reason, Thor is a sort of like a more flowy alternative to Bodvar in all eyes, and I sort of agree with that statement. And I mean, right now, Lampy's making work get done with that hammer, and damage is pretty even. In fact, it is slightly in blue team's favor. We know the red team has every bit of capability to just completely shut that down, but Lampy giving Lunatic his own medicine with the hammer recovery, clashing with his own recovery, sending him down, and the snare by Wubbs. And for the first time this set, blue team is going to take the lead.
It's great to see. The red team clamping back down. Oh, Luna. He just threaded him, couldn't get the damage, but was able to line it up for Pugsy. Pugsy able to come down and get that KO. Working the Sair over on Lampy. Pressure not coming. Lampy coming back up, trying to save a Wubbs. Wubbs getting still up to the ceiling.
Oh, man.
Luna continue to put the pressure, just having fun now, taking his teammate with him. Oh, my goodness. Double KO. Great toss and a catch from Pugsy and Luna. And they kicked it.
They have, but this is more doable than it has been. I mean, at this point for stocks for the blue team, in previous matches, Pugsy might have still had 3 stocks at this point, but now both red team members are red on their second, and Lampy, in fact, is actually the healthiest player on the board, both in terms of stocks and health, although Pugsy's trying to change that fact with the double Sair. In the meantime, Wubbs is going to shut down Luna. And as I say that, Lampy loses.
We got a game, bro.
Stock. We got a game. We got a close game in comparison to the previous ones. It is anyone's game, really, but Wubbs has to be careful with that high damage he sustained on that final stop. He needs to stick around to be there for his teammate. He doesn't get caught in those team combos by the red team, which they're so good at. And Pugsy is trying to get rid of Wubbs super early. Both red team members looking for hits onto Wubbs. And meanwhile, Lampy's just trying to take the pressure off him, but he leaves him out to the side, and Pugsy lands the D-Light Sair. Isn't quite enough to kill Wubbs, just hit that high defense on Olgrim. Incredibly good stats from that legend. Is going to keep him alive for the time being, but it's kind of falling apart here for the blue team. They need an explosive play of some kind, and that might be it from Wubbs.
Go, Wubbs.
Goes for it, but the
Luna
guy is
shut
going
it
to set
down.
on the final stock, and now Lampy alone. Oh, he sees the D-Light coming to Luna, lands the unarmed Sair to shut it down, but he needs something, anything, to reverse this momentum and win this 2v1. But against this team, that's a nice entry into that engagement, but even if he gets rid of one, he has to deal with the other, and it is too little too late. Beautiful hammer play by Luna.
Oh, yeah.
And we see the blue team go down, taking the loss, but you know, it was fun. It was fun to watch, even if it wasn't as close as we had hoped, you know, going to a game 4, game 5. Right. It was good fun to see the teams duke it out. And I mean, there were moments there where the blue team really could have actually clinched matches, but they just needed to be, I think, a bit more consistent and stick together as a team and not letting the other person get caught out on the other side by one of the red team members.
I agree. I mean, but definitely well played. I mean, making it up to a loser's quarterfinal. I mean, got a little change in their pocket when it's all said and done. And getting that practice in before, you know, MSI coming up and the rest of the majors. But that was, man, what a hell of a set from Luna and Pugsy. I mean, you can say what you want, you can't take away from it. That was just dominating. They looked so good together out here, absolutely clapping. I'm gonna keep it real. That was a hell of a show from them, and just to see what they can do when we see them again in losers semifinals. But first, we got Simba and Hardy going against Pierre and Dog. And Pierre and Dog have been doing work, man. This is a team that has just been just taking names here lately. They are down here in the elimination bracket, but there's a lot of heavy hitters tonight, and I would not count them out yet. And these guys are going right to it. We don't even get time. We don't even get time to build this matchup. They're just going to go ahead and strike maps and just go right into it. Here we go. A Dog on the Roman Reigns, a Pierre on the Akuma. Simba rocking the Thor, and Hardy sticking to that Fate. Here we go. Here we go. Dropping in a game of 1, losers quarterfinals. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, what I'll say about this match is the times are a changing, and Dog and Pierre are one of those new teams that are getting work done, taking names. They made it to brands in the most recent tournament, and really gave Luna and Pugsy a run for their money. And they really haven't been, you know, slowing down on that. It's a bit interesting to see Pierre here on this Akuma because we know him mainly for that Rayman.
Right.
But he's holding on to those gauntlets, and that N-Sig is actually a good opening to try and get that KO onto Hardy, but Simba, in response, is going to try and get some revenge onto Dog. And it's just duking out either side right now. The red team trying to shut down the stocks of the blue team. Simba isn't going to be able to make it back. And Dog now looking for the KO option, but Pierre is actually going to sneak underneath, catch that N-Sig, and shut down Hardy's first stock, giving the red team a slight advantage here to begin with.
That Val pick on Pierre is a little wonky for me. I haven't really seen that pick from him too often. You know, usually we see the Rayman or, you know, something along those lines. But out here working the Val and looking a pretty good honor indeed. Does have that Akuma crossover, but still Val at heart. Hardy switching around on him, coming back up with that scythe and trying to get some sort of pressure. Simba coming back over, taking the pressure off of Hardy. Oh no, Hardy getting tossed out to the left side. Dog reaching up for the recovery, couldn't find it. He's in trouble. Oh, they take the pressure off, able to come up and touch. And there we go, gonna send up out and taking that first stock off. Pierre.
Man, no, Pierre.
Oh man.
That was led into by some nice side play by Hardy, and I think that's so much fun to watch. It's just that ability to, in the midst of absolute twos chaos, find some really nice little pop-offs with a reed-based weapon. And I mean, it's equal slot count, but Simba is not long for this world, especially being a terrorist. You were saying it's weird to see the Val pick from Pierre, and I mean, I definitely agree with you here, but Val as a legend is an incredibly consistent twos legend. Sword and gauntlets are incredibly great. Her Sig hit is really, really good for team combos, and her stats match perfectly with the kind of archetype of a character he is in ones and twos, really. But, yeah,
it's a very smart pick. It's just not, not what I'm used to from him for sure.
You can, at least you can see why he's done it. I would not be surprised that if things do go awry for the red team, which, you know, it's not necessarily happening just yet. Stocks are pretty even on damage. Yeah, is under a bit of pressure right now from the blue team. If things do go awry for the red team, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Rayman pick by Pierre, but he's going to go all the way down for the KO into Hardy, sighting into the double ground pound.
That was nasty.
That's a Val play. As a Val main, I can tell you that is the Val play.
Oh yeah?
Now go
Val main, huh?
Deep. Going deep in for that KO, but doesn't manage to find it, but good damage built now. Both players on the red team looking for just that last blow. I mean, Simba just
what a
trying to find anything but the weapon throw. It's too much, and he's done.
Red team wins.
Man, what a game. That was all over the place, really. Like that.
It really was.
It was kind of in favor of the red team for a portion of that game. But there were moments where it could have gone in any direction. Like that explosive play from Hardy getting rid of Pierre's second stock super early with that scythe off stage. That this is shaping up to be a really, really close, really, really interesting set.
We're going into a game of 2 here. See if a blue team can make the adjustments and get a score on the scoreboard here. Simba sticking on that Thor, working that orb off the left side of the stage here. Ooh, nice sidelight there. Putting the pressure on Dog. Oh, trying to reach over with that side stick. I couldn't get it done though, unfortunately. Not enough. Pierre hitting the dare. Trying to get something moving over on the edge here. He's just picking away with that sword. Just racking up a little bit of damage. It's a little here, a little there. Just, I mean, you know, that iconic Val gameplay, as you pointed out.
It works though. It does work.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Picking your moments, getting in there, and just getting those follow-ups, getting those chip-off damage. It works out, but right now, it's not quite working out for the red team in general here. Dog goes from being launched far out to the right to being slingshotted over to the left by that P-Sig. Yeah, with the follow-up! And the unarmed N-Sig by Dog isn't enough to finish off the stock, even on Terros.
Oh, Hardy.
teams almost equaled up all players here, but Hardy, the final player left for his first stock, trying to get as much value out of the stock as possible. Dog doing a good job of interrupting that sidelight there by Simba to stop with a follow-up by Hardy and minimize the damage taken onto his teammate. But Pierre is trying to make up for that bit of damage deficit that the team has right now by trying to get rid of Simba as soon as possible. Dog does, yeah, finally get rid of Hardy a minute and a half into this game off his first stock. Pierre and Simba now duking it out on the side here, trying to delete each other's stocks as soon as possible. And once again, it's super even. The health looks like a mirror and put down the middle. But as I say, that dog is now getting pushed up to the left, built up damage. All players now entering the orange, both red team members entering the red here. It's still anyone's game, and that says a good way
what a weapon throw.
Give them stage control. But blue team does both manage to make it back. They don't get any edge guards off with a weapon throw by Pierre. It's a good opener.
Pierre!
So many times the blue teams are getting sent out and brought back safely.
Crazy. Oh, what a weapon throw. Knock him down to the bottom corner.
Beautiful.
No.
God damn. Pierre, instead of going from above to down below with a dare or a ground pound, he actually gets below. Goes for a GC light there to shut down that second stop. And I mean, make it in red team saving for about 3 seconds. Like,
right.
The moment Ali is taken, it's gone in this match. It's so close. And like that, it's now, you know, one stock apiece. Dog getting knocked down. Pierre left alone for a little bit. The blue team doesn't manage to capitalize too much. But as I say that, Hardy building the damage. Simba with the follow-up side sig. Pierre now all the way into the deep orange, super early on this final stock. And now blue team is 100% going to be trying to capitalize on that damage, get Pierre out as soon as possible, and then trying to get the 2v1 onto Dog. But Dog is saying, no, don't get away with that. We'll do the same thing to Hardy. He's got Hardy into the orange. Pierre trying to make up for it with the nair to GCN light, the dare by Dog, good follow-ups. Like, once again, it's back to equal damage. It's anyone's game.
So close. We knew this set was going to be, though. Hardy and Simba definitely starting to calm down here. Oh, the stocks are absolutely flying right now. 1v1, Simba Dog, center stage. Here we go. Who is going to come away with it? Simba clapping up with that Sair, trying to hit another one, not able to do it. Dog reaching over the edge here, trying to get that good edge guard, and he does it. Stops Sair. Not enough. Simba going to come back. Oh, he had the sweat, but he was able to go ahead and touch. Dog looking for another stomp Sair to send him out of this game. There. Oh, the movement is insane. Being super careful. None of these guys are wanting to commit too much here. And that is going to do a stop Sair for Dog, and that is going to send them up 2-0 in the set. Wow.
Teros, bread and butter, 762 damage, 5 KOs coming out from Dog. Incredible performance. And on the other side, Simba, 700 damage. Both Hammer players getting great work done on their legends, and we're going straight back into it for this third game.
Man.
I mean, I'll be honest, in that 1v1, I was surprised that first deal I said didn't KO for Dog. Even though it was from deep orange to red, that first deal I said was so close to knocking out, and I was expecting, you know, that's just Teros, man. I would not have been surprised whatsoever, but, you know, he made it work. He got all the work done, and we're looking at the exact same legend picks going into this next game.
Oh, for sure. And we got to, it's do or die for Simba or Hardy here. It is, they are down 2-0. It is game 3. They are trying to keep that elimination bracket dream alive and see if they can buckle down and get it done right here. Sticking with the same legends, nothing dramatic changing here. Everybody going to stick to the status quo and trying to get something done here. Pierre and Dog, just another game in the set for them, trying to keep the momentum going. Oh, Simba trying to reach over with that hammer. I'm just waiting to see some sort of big rally out of blue team here. We've already seen the reverse sweep so far in our block today. So, I mean, anything is possible.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're one of these two teams, you've got to be thinking about the fact that even if you manage to catch the dub in this set, if you're the blue team and you manage to get the reverse 3, or if you're the red team and you close it out 3-0, you're going up against Luna and Pugsy afterwards.
Yeah.
And I mean, Dog and Pierre have proven that they can take on that team with relative success, but can they do it again, or can the blue team find their way into that match and demonstrate that they have what it takes? It's sort of like the Excalibur of NA 2v2s. Can you beat Luna Pugsy? And I mean, so far, red team is looking to try and get that chance, fight them once again, as Yeah, clings onto that first stock very, very tight. And I mean, the longer he has that stock, the longer he's able to get value out of more time alive. And he's he's not playing too passive. He's actually playing aggressive enough that sticking on that stock isn't actually putting him at a disadvantage of being.
No, he's getting really good bonus damage on that stock. You know, like
Exactly,
you said, he's still rocking
key.
with that first one and continuing to rack up damage. Finally, an unarmed recovery from Simba going to send him up to the heavens. But he's looking pretty healthy. Definitely the healthiest on the board.
Oh!
Simba now on their final stock, and that could be tournament stock. If oh my goodness, oh, it is 4 stocks to 2 right now.
Dog held that Sig just for a second. Hardy spot dodged it, and Dog holding the Sig was enough to catch the dodge, shut down Hardy in the orange. That is the Terror strength, baby. And I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's 4 stocks to 2. Dog is low, and he is going to get shut down for that final one, but Pierre has shown in this game that he has what it takes. Hold on to stocks for a long time, but Simba is going to say, nope, I have the ground pound, I'm going to do it, you're gone. And now it's back down to equal stocks apiece once again. It can go in any direction. Can the blue team reverse what's happened every time we've gone to a equal situation, and instead of letting it slip away to the red team, can they find the damage and take this to a game 4?
Yeah, this really is deja vu for this set for sure. Coming down to the final couple of hits here, the last few interactions. Like you said, blue team just not been able to come out on the upside of that. But can they do it right here? Simba reaching up with a nasty recovery and getting some distance on it. Oh, but Pierre starting to go to work on that sword. Another recovery. Try to hit him with a nair.
Watching?
Oh my
I'm watching
goodness.
a replay.
Here it goes. It's all down to Simba. Can he get these 2 stocks to fly? Or
that's ballsy.
Great movement. Pierre there to shut it down. No weapon throw to the face. Simba not going to have any options. Dog, even if he did, shutting him down.
To injury.
Man.
That was a great last game. I feel like we were watching a replay of game 2 though, man. It was the
No,
same
that was like
thing.
very, very
We had-
deja vu-ish for
we
the
had-
beginning of that set.
Last stock apiece for every single player, and just like the game before, we had Pierre and Hardy both being the most damaged players on their team. We had Hardy going down first, but the only difference was Pierre didn't go down that game. Even if he did go down, Dog had that damage lead. I have complete faith that it could have just been a complete repeat of the end of game 2 with that 1v1. But yeah, brilliant
agree.
performance by Simba and Hardy. It was great to see them playing today. They made it pretty far. They made it to losers quarterfinal, which is a great placement, especially with, like you said, MSI coming up. Professional Brawlhalla right now it's a boiling pot with MSI coming up because that first land in a very long while
Oh, I know.
gives players a
These
chance
guys are
to prove
itching.
themselves.
Itching. And I can't blame them one bit. Definitely
Absolutely not.
excited to see what they can do in that MSI tournament. Unfortunate that it's not going to be open to the public, but that is okay. We'll be cheering you guys on from home for sure. And Hackle, I think we're going back up to winner's side. I think we're going to go handle that winner's final.
We will be, but first we're going to take a bit of a short break, I think. We're going to take a little bit of a break, just a little bit of a breather, catch up on everything that's been going on. And then once we come back, it's going to be back into the action, looking at those next matches coming up. You have some big names, you have some big teams. I'm expecting a lot of big plays coming out once we come back.
Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back in a second, y'all.
Welcome back to the Moose Wars Jurassic Carnage 2v2 here. We are back for the remainder of our matches today after this incredibly exciting bracket. We've got some fantastic matches coming up, and once again I am joined by Slow Motion here. How are you doing, man? After a little bit.
I'm good. I had to stretch my legs. But bro, I'm doing great, but we need to talk about this next set right here, right now. I need some excitement in your voice, Hackle.
It's here, man.
Godly and Java, Megdi and Walshy, winners finals. Why is Godly in the winners finals? I have no idea. But
Because it's Godly.
He's here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so as mentioned previously, Godly is taking part in this tournament, and not only is he taking part in this tournament, he's made it all the way to winners final alongside Java. And, you know, he's an EU player.
I know.
This isn't his region. And he's made it this far. Yeah, guaranteed top 3 in an NA tournament.
That's nuts.
It is absolutely crazy. And he hasn't been, like, carried by Java in any capacity. They've been
no, not at all.
Matching each other in damage. There have been games where Godly has been putting in more of the work, if anything. And I'm so excited to see this match. I was saying behind the scenes that Godly, Java, two of my favorite players from different regions, and now they're teaming together, most likely in preparation for MSI. So this is a big step up for them as like a chance to prepare for that big tournament coming up. And I'm so excited to see how they perform here. They're two, they're fantastic players. Godly been playing Terros mainly today. Java with that level 100 Boivar as to be expected. And they've been, their hammer play off stage has been so much fun to watch, man. I am not expecting to see it slow down whatsoever today. I mean, Megdi and Walshy, they've got a fighting chance. Megdi especially has been playing really good recently. Spring 1v1s, he came out third, which I think is one of his best placements. I think he came third in Springs last year too as well. So Springs is sort of his golden tournament time. But yeah, he's playing really well. He's sort of, I feel like he's sort of leveled up his play. He's adapted away from that guitar focus. We're playing a lot of Val recently. And alongside Walshy, I'm expecting big things from them today. I'm expecting big things from both teams here, and I think it's going to be a fantastic match to watch.
This is definitely going to be a hell of a set, bro. Like, it's the egos and the pride at this point. Like, if you are in A, if you are on this blue team, you cannot let Godly win. You just can't do it. If you are a red team, you have got to shut this down. You cannot let this man beat you in NA winners finals. You can't do it.
The age-old debate of whether EU or NA is better.
And, they win this tournament tonight, and Brawlhalla Twitter is going to be absolutely insane for the rest of the weekend.
Dude, it's going to be a war zone.
Oh, I just sit back eating popcorn. I can't wait. I mean, there's definitely people are going to have some stuff to say, and that is for sure. And I mean, like I said, guaranteed top 3, but they're dropping in now. We're getting ready to see it. Here it goes, game 1 of this best of 5, a winner's final set. Let's see what they can do, man. I'm nervous for everybody involved. I'm nervous for everybody involved in this match right now. There is so much on the line. There's bragging rights. There is money involved. There is so much right now. What is going to happen, Hackle? What is going to happen?
I don't know, but so far it's not looking great for Godly, who's taken the most damage out of any player on the board so far. Walshy with a nice Ensig is going to spike him down all the way to the stage, and both blue team members now getting pushed deep into the orange, and red team coming in and saying, okay, you've shown up, you've done well, but we're just going to shut you down.
That was so clean.
30 seconds,
so clean.
Both blue team players gone, and blue team needs to try and equalize this as possible. I mean, they're playing two legends that can do that incredibly well, and they're they're making good pace to do it soon. Terros and Boivar both being high damage, high KO efficiency legends, but red team just needs to get a bit of value out of these stocks to hold a decent lead against a team who has been pretty dominant all the way up until winners finals. The ground pound will clash out Godly's recovery, but he'll be able to make it back up onto the stage, and the red team is doing a really good job of keeping the blue team players apart. But Godly at the very top of the map scoops up Walshy, and Walshy gets
crazy
out onto the second stock. He is insane on that hammer. Even though we haven't seen hammer as his main weapon in 1v1s, now even though they have equalized both red team players onto their first stock, both blue team players are, a hair away from losing their second, and there goes Gods. Java now having to fight to survive on this second, to try to get value out of it as Godly comes back onto the stage to try and cover his teammate, but actually lands a nair onto Java instead. Now the red team has so much room to work with here against the blue team.
They really do. And even more so, and now, is that other stock drops off of Java. And definitely some adjustments going to need to be made to come back out for the second game. I mean, it's not over yet, but that full stock advantage definitely been put into work right now. A red team looking really good. Meg D on that
Oh, Meg
that
D!
Petra. Couldn't get the words out. I was watching that nasty string just unfold in front of me. Oh my goodness!
That's a nice handoff for Java. Doesn't have any options. Just to make it back with the sweat beads, and in the meantime, Walshy is going to get knocked out. And I was going to say, I thought I was seeing a bit of adaptation by the blue team. I thought they were going to focus down Walshy, but now it's just looking like they're taking out both red team members, but they have to try to get hit minimally on their final stocks, and that silent recovery will be enough to shut down Godly's final. And Java now in the 2v1 is going to hang on to that wall, drag out this game as much as possible. The D-Light into the Sag, Java's going to try and make it back. He doesn't have the options in the TC sidelight by Walshy. He's balling. He's happy with himself. They take game one in a fairly convincing fashion.
Oh yeah, and you know he absolutely should be. They should definitely be hype over that. That was a crazy opener. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't expect him to take that dub. Looking really clean. Gonna have to see the adjustments that come out. It's still anybody's set, but they definitely came out and they looked awesome in that first game. Walshy and Meg D. Don't know if we have any legend swaps here. Nope,
we do.
We do. We gotta switch over to that Val.
No,
and Jahala coming out. Okay,
it's gonna be interesting. I mean, Godly has played pretty much every different corner of the Brawlhalla roster, right? We've seen him take wins with Mordex. We've seen the Rayman, two very different legends. They share the gauntlets, but they feel like two completely different legends to play. And now he's holding onto that axe that he has experienced with his Rayman. And, I mean, you would normally say Jala, a bit of an unorthodox Twos legend, but Pugsy alone has demonstrated how useful Jala can be in Twos. And now Godly coming in here with that legend pick, and so far, it's looking a bit better for the blue team. The sidelight there is almost going to shut. Actually, that is enough to shut down Meggy's final stock, as he doesn't manage to touch the wall, even with the dare. Godly come back onto stage, popping off with the unarmed, keeping Walshy away, and now Java trying to make up for the work that Godly's doing here. Meanwhile, Meggy's going to get in with the gauntlets to build a bit of damage. Java's recovery isn't quite enough to shut down Walshy's stock, while he is incredibly close to losing it. The team is trying to equalize things up, and they're doing a pretty decent job with those gauntlets. Godly with the D-Light recovery, it's going to shut down Walshy's first stock, and what was a very good lead for the blue team is starting to look a bit worse now, especially with the team KO by Godly. We're going to make up for it though, getting a lot of value out of this sword on that first stock. Again, we're seeing all these really tight combos, this brilliant play. He's on high ping. This isn't his region. Everyone keep that in mind. He's in the UK, and he's playing an NAE server and playing that tight.
Man, there's a reason why he's been dominating the EU circuit so far this season. Yeah, I mean, he has definitely been living up to his name in spades. Been a very exciting player for me to watch. I actually, when he was in the Brawlhalla scene the first time, I wasn't here yet. Godly was new to me when he came back this season, and being able to watch him come in and pop off has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's a new name for me as well. I haven't been around the scene for anywhere near as long as a lot of masters and so on, but I've been around long enough to know the key names, the majority of the names, and I know that Java as a player is someone who's going to complement very well, just from what I've seen from Godly this year. And Java right now is actually going to be trying to tank the stocks for his team, but the red team has done a good job of equalizing the stock against the blue team. It is, very close. A lot closer than I think we would have expected here. Both blue team players now scrambling to get weapons in their hands and build up damage, while the red team has that early weapon advantage. But the blue team now is actually getting a lot of unanswered damage here against the red team, putting both players into the orange in the red in Walshy's case. Red team now answering back with a good bit of damage of their own. Maybe into that orange. Walshy landing some combos onto Godly here. Java trying to make up for it being the least damage player on the board. Godly is there to save. Yeah, that's Silas getting shut down by the Sair. Both players look trying to shut down Walshy. The Nair isn't enough just yet. It's such a high-paced match. Every time Megdy goes for a side like Sair, one of the blue team members is there to shut it down. And now it's looking very, very good for the blue team here. Walshy has to make something very, very special happen. for his team to win this, and the recovery is actually going to be enough off the corner. I'm sorry for going on for so long, man, but there was no slowing down.
Oh, no, you're good, bro. No, you're good.
No slowing down.
You are just fine. No worries, man. I understand. The excitement takes you over, bro. I get it.
And going straight into this next game as well, 1-1 on the scoreboard, and no legend swaps from any player. We're seeing the triple sword from Val, Bodvar, and Jala. It's a very sort of neutral based legend list we're seeing here, and exact same map, exact same legend. We're running it back. I guess red team is confident they can adapt their playstyle enough to take the W against the blue team there.
I mean, it's yet to be seen. I mean, it's definitely going to be a close set. I mean, would love for it to go to a game 5. I think we all want that action.
Absolutely.
Love to watch a winners finals go the distance. Godly though, on that Jahala, working that axe, trying to continue to work that axe. Meg D looking so good on that Petra though. Working that orb in the air, getting those recoveries just threaded in just the right way. Sidelights there, bunch of momentum. Java's in trouble. Dare coming up a little short. Second Dare coming through. Godly trying to save him.
Though.
And the cards fell. Everybody's still on point here. Everybody's still on those first stocks.
Java manages to live.
Oh, Godly gonna touch. Here we go. Nice recovery up. Shut down by Walshy. Still able to come back and touch. Walshy avoiding the weapon throw. Godly looking for some sort of recovery, a ground pound option here. No, getting tossed down. That is gonna end his stock, but Walshy and Meg D are right on the cusp of being KO'd right now. Especially Walshy. He is dark. He is gone. But yeah, he's good now. He's good now. Walshy get right back up on that sword, trying to get something done here.
And I mean, this game has been at kind of a weird pace because early on the blue team took a big lead, getting Walshy down into that red and prepared for a KO. But Megdi came in and did a great job at covering the defense for Walshy and equalizing things up. Because they were focusing so much on Walshy, they didn't have time to focus on Megdi. And they changed that now. Godly was focusing enough on Megdi to get a trade for his teammate with that weapon throw, but it's not looking good for the blue team here. As Java is already onto his final stock, 2 minutes into this game. Godly is going to have to try and get work done with this Java. Java, meanwhile, playing a bit more passive on the side, trying to be a bit more survivable with that ball.
Oh, man.
And in response, they're just going to shut down that second stuff of Godly. They need to get rid of Walshy's second stuff. That's their only option.
Yeah.
Get rid of Walshy and then 2v1 Meg, which is, it's doable for 2 players like this. But Walshy has done a great job at surviving in these tough clutch situations. So I think the blue team needs to try and pump up the momentum and start moving faster, or it's going to slip away from it.
Yeah, definitely got to switch the pace up, change the momentum, take that stage control is going to be what happens to be able to, I mean, you got to keep your opponents on their toes, got to keep them guessing. It looks like, oh my goodness, what a toss, a pass, and catch. Very nice from blue team. Trying to set it up again, getting broke up by Meg D, but they almost had it. Godly gets it over, and not enough momentum, but Java is going to fall. Godly trying to reach in with a ground pound, looking for a way to get back up on stage, and he does. Looking for some sort of weapon drop. Nah, he's just trying to hit a ground pound, get a gift stock, trying anything he can here. And, ooh, he's somehow able to touch. Moving his way back. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they choked him up. That's it. Oh my goodness. No, he's still.
Oh wait, he tries to come back.
No, didn't have that last option. That was going to send Walshy and Meg D up 2-1 in this set, 1 game away from setting themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that was, again, a very, very close game. This set is surprisingly close, given the names we're seeing on the board right now. But I think what I noticed the most in that last game was Java struggling to get in. Once he gets in, he does really, really good work with that sword, with that hammer. But Megdi is doing a really, really good job at playing defensive for his teammate, covering those weak spots. But when Walshy gets into a bit of trouble, he's there to save him. And for that reason, Java isn't managing to solidify those KOs. They're getting good damage build onto Walshy consistently and just not picking up that final killing blow until way too late. And that's causing momentum to shift into red team's favor time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Meg D just smoothing. So is Walshy. They're looking really good. They are working really well together. Petra is paying off for Meg D in spades. And they can do it right here. Right here. Can put themselves in grand finals. I
They
think
absolutely can.
Java and Godly are gonna have something to say about it. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think that Hattori pick by Java is him basically saying, all right, we're mixing things up, and we're going to take
Yeah.
this dub. Both players have now swapped off the Legends been playing for the majority of this entire bracket, but so far, it's pace is a bit higher in comparison to previous matches, but there's no clear sort of outlying leader in this match so far. Damage built most onto Java here, and Red Team's going to be looking to take him out early, but Megdy's in a very similar situation here. All players now entering the orange. This first stock is absolutely key for the pace of the game. Java knows that, sticking passive on the right side of the stage, trying to avoid getting knocked out.
No.
But the side sig punished by Megdy is going to finish him off. And the weapon throw by Walshy to complement that end sig by Megdy is going to add to the distance that Golly's pushed out and makes it back. The blue team now is again on that back foot trying to equalize things up. Is Red Team going to find their way into grand finals?
I think they've got this figured out. You got
like
Java and Godly. They're still trying to make adjustments. They're still trying to get this figured out. And Megdy and Walshy, I mean, we got a stock falling off of Walshy now. Godly has the most health on the board, but I mean, blue team's been playing catch up. And Red Team has just been sticking to their guns, sticking on those legends, sticking to the game plan, and they don't seem to be wavering from that. And I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If they're able to keep it going, I mean, this last game is all it takes right here. They are literally 5 stocks away. Oh, Godly catching that weapon throw. He knew it was over.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if they take this, this is big. I think if you listed the names of teams entering this tournament, you asked me, or asked anyone, you'd expect to go into grand finals winner's side. No disrespect to them, but I don't think you'd be saying Walshy and Megdy. You'd expect, a Santy, Sandstorm, Luna, Pugsy, even possibly Godly Java. But right now, it's looking really good for this Red Team, as they're just, again, surviving so well. They've been on these 2 stocks for quite a while, and they've only just lost one of them. And Walshy, the most healthy player on the board now, Godly trying to shut that down. The D-Light Sand is actually going to be enough. Blue Team taking a minor lead here. How long can Godly hold on to this stock to favor it for his team?
Definitely needs that bonus damage. Needs to be careful. Needs to hold on to that stock. Extra cover from Java to get back up on stage. And again, double toss. Oh, as I say that, Godly gets sit down. But I mean, he's still healthy. Still looking good.
I always say it, and I'm going to say it again, Java's home field is the offstage, and he's showing that even with the spear now. Very, very, very confident out there, just throwing out the moves and the aggression, but I don't think he's going to think of punishing him now that he's locked back onto that onstage. But the axe from Godly's going to shut down and make the second stock, and we could be, fingers crossed, looking at a game 5 in this set.
I mean, Walshy's got some work ahead of him right here if he's going to win this 2v1. There's definitely a stock disadvantage here. And a Godly reaching over. There we go, catching him, and that's going to do it. Tied up 2-2, going to game 5 in our winners finals, guys.
And they are not slowing down going into the next game. They've gone straight into map banning.
Right back into it.
And we're looking at, by the looks of things, no legend changes we can't see. But I think we have the exact same legend roster. I think we're going back to Mammoth Fortress as well. We're just running back the exact same scenario and seeing who can adapt their gameplay to come out on top.
We're going to find out here a game of 5 action. I mean, Godly and Java, it looks like they got it figured out there a little bit in that last game, and they were quick to lock these legends back in. Godly being a little aggressive over there, trying to get some axe damage built up on Megdy's Petra. And so far, no good. Megdy jumping around everywhere, picking him up with that side light.
Yeah, this is not a very good start for the blue team in comparison to last one, but that's a nice start for a 2 combo. Oh, but the platform interferes with the combo. That's good damage built on it. That is one of the issues with this. Is like one of the bread and butter 2s maps. It's wide, it's more good edge, so they space, step back, you can throw your teammate off edge, and you can go under if you need to. But that platform can be, a savior and a curse. And in this case, for the blue team, it was a curse.
That's such a soft platform thing to do, to screw up such a wonderful team combo. But it is what it is. Oh no!
And right now, blue team has taken.
Java, I mean, they have the lead, man.
Yeah,
it was looking a little rough for him.
And now Walshy
And
entering that deep orange.
They figured something out with this Jahala and Hattori picks.
Absolutely.
Walshy,
And
good edge
Hattori-
guard, nice pickup. What a read! Oh my goodness!
Yeah, Hattori, like you were saying, really like working out for them right here. Hattori is just such a consistent legend for twos. We've seen her all over the place. I mean, a bit less recently, but she's a very popular legend in twos. And right now, Megdi trying to get revenge, getting Godly off the edge, and Walshy finishes it off.
Oh my
Lead
goodness.
goes from being in the blue team favor to the Reds, although damage is high on Walshy and pretty sizable on Megdi. They can find a good handoff or a good KO confirm with Java taking the lead here with an untouched, or previously untouched second stop. It's possible they could still find a win here.
There
And the
is.
weapon throw
Java
into
finds
weapon
it.
throw by Java. And now it's looking once again in blue team's favor. How is the red
So
team going to
close.
respond?
It's
That's
so
a nice
close,
handoff.
Hackle.
Godly playing, yeah, it absolutely is. And Godly playing really passive off the edge there. Megdi knows that he needs to take the lead here to stop Walshy from being shut down, but he also can't afford to lose that second stop before Java or Godly lose theirs.
They're trying to get back up on stage here. Walshy picking up on the sideline. Still trying to reach in with those sword attacks. Don't want to stay patient. Do not want to get too aggressive here. All comes down to this for both of these teams.
Oh, no,
Godly getting sent way out.
Godly!
Oh no! What a dare off the orb in front of Megdi.
Java just wasn't
Godly
there.
just got petrified, bro. Oh my goodness. Java now in this 2v1 situation, 3 stocks to 2. Can he get it done? It all comes down to this. Can he?
It's possible.
Can he get the clutch? Take him and Godly to the grand finals. Not gonna happen if Megdi and Walshy have anything to say about it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Java has those 2 stocks. Gotta be careful. This is so winnable, bro, for either one of these teams.
It absolutely is, man. And I mean, Java as a player,
Oh,
I have,
okay. A
I
little
have
less
faith
winnable
he's-
now. Oh
He
no,
has
he's
that
able
extra
to go
stop and
ahead
he's
and
going to
dodge
make it
it.
back. And I mean, he needs to, I think, pick one player with it. But the red team is doing a really good job of the moment Java gets up the stage, scramble
they're just gonna
apart,
swap
stop him
him.
from focusing, and then keep him away from that neutral position. And he's being stuck out there right now, man. Just going for the least risky moves, throwing out a lot of nairs, a lot of very safe options on the spear to try and avoid getting punished. Because in a 2v1,
dodge.
punish are everything, and he's surviving just about with the recovery. Is that he's now onto that sword, I think, unless he starved for the spear. This has gone from looking really doable to Java with that extra stock to now looking risky at best. But anything is possible. We saw from that set earlier, anything is possible. If Java can do this, he's got to be fired up. He's got to be excited and hyped. He's got to put everything into this clutch to bring his team to grand finals winner's side, or they're going to be going
Starving
down
him out, bro.
to face a different team in loser's side, and the red team are just chipping away every chance they get.
Starving him out.
Uh,
All Java wants is a snack. Let him get a weapon. Yeah, the man's just trying to eat.
He's trying to eat and
Oh,
they're not
no.
letting him.
There
He
he
gets
goes.
the sword. What the?
Come on, Java.
Couple of question marks about that end sig, but
I
you know,
know.
he didn't get punished for it, so you know, it's like,
I mean,
I'll
if
blame
he
it for
would've
it, but that's a good
oh,
setup.
no. If
was
he would have got
limbo.
some damage in that first, before he lost that second stock, it would have been a little different. But man, he has not been able to really attack
Oh,
anything
no.
on the red team. They're trying to set him up. Oh, Java, nice recovery. Okay, a little more damage. I mean, if he can get one of these guys out of here, it's so winnable.
it is.
Oh, back
Oh,
on
no,
the
he's back
spear.
onto the
Oh,
spear.
no.
Oh!
He dropped it.
He was too high. He was too high up.
Oh,
but that's gonna be it.
Jeez.
Oh man, that was so close though. Game 5.
Man.
Java with a fantastic recovery. Godly sadly went out a bit earlier. If he just clung on to that stock a little longer, you might have seen an EU player make it into grand finals
Hey,
winners
it ain't
side.
over yet, man. They're going down to elimination of finals.
Not quite yet, but we do have a completely different match coming up now that that set is over. And what have you got to say about this match?
I need a nap. I'm wore out, bro. they wore me out that set, man.
Absolutely.
Oh, bro. But a lot of fun to watch. Love seeing these guys put on a show for us, man. That is definitely not the last of the Javi, godly duo that we've been seeing tonight. We'll be able to see them here in just another set, I believe. Get back over to them, but it is time to keep this bracket going, and we have got Luna and Pugsy getting ready to take on Pierre and Dog. And man, both these teams have been putting in work tonight. They've both had some very dominating wins. They've had some very tough losses. And pardon me. And it all comes to a head right here in a loser semifinals. Who is going to move on up to go take on a Godly and Java?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if anyone can do it, it's Pierre and Dog, because we saw in Spring 2v2s, they made a name for themselves. They got up there, they got a really, really good placement, and they have shown that they're the new team in town, and they're taking names hard. They've just come off that 3-0 against Simba and Hardy, and I wouldn't expect them to be slowing down whatsoever. I think Luna and Pugsy to take them seriously. We're likely to be seeing a terrorist on both teams coming out. We're just waiting on Luna to pick his legend. But I think this is going to be equally as exciting as that last match. It's another situation of massive team, upcoming team, battling it out. I'm just going to wait and see who takes the nod.
I'll tell you one thing, this is going to be a quick game. There's too many heavy hitters on the map right now. So much axe coming from here. You know Luna's going to pull out the Roman Reigns. He's going to match Dog. Here on the Rayman. Pugsy on the Finn. Man, stocks are getting ready to fly.
They absolutely are. I mean, yeah, like you said, so many axes. And yeah, we're seeing the Roman Reigns locked in by Luna. Axes a piece on every single pick. We're seeing two terraces, the staple Finn for Pugsy and the Rayman for Pierre.
This is going to be ugly. I don't know for who. They're going to be ugly for somebody. Oh, my goodness. Striking in and now. We got Mammoth Fortress still on Great Hall and Apocalypse. Where are we going? I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Mammoth tonight. A lot of Mammoth. And we're going back to Mammoth Fortress. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm excited for this one, man. I'm excited for this one because this is you know, I've been seeing a couple of tweets, people saying that Dog and Pierre are going to be the new Luna Pugsy, but Luna Pugsy haven't been around long enough to be replaced yet, I don't think. And,
you know, I think you're right about that.
They're gonna be duking it out here to sort of see who's sticking around with a chance to get into grand finals, who's getting that top 3 spot. And so far, we're seeing pretty equal damage across the board. Luna actually taking the most damage, almost getting shut down already by that axe. Pugsy, though, tanking the stocks better than anyone else in the game right now. And Pierre getting sent out wide by Luna's axe. Pugsy is going to switch over to try and help out his teammate. Pugsy is doing a really good job of keeping Dog away and then focusing on helping out his teammate. And with that being said, Pierre is the first player to get down to that second stock, and Dog maybe soon to follow depending on how they play this out. Or it could be Luna. Dog misses the GC D-Light into recovery.
Oh, nice side sig.
Well, Pierre misses that, and then Dog gets in with the side sig, and now Pugsy is the last player on the board to have his first stop.
Pugsy weapon thrown over, picking up Dog. There we go, another dare coming, hitting home. Pugsy looking really good on this axe right now. All over Dog, not letting him get anything to retort back with. Nice nair. As I say that though, getting caught with the dare, sit up to the ceiling. Dog switching over. Was not able to get that weapon drop. Picked up from him. There we go.
I love watching these. I love watching these. Man, like they're so high pace, high speed. But as I say that, Pierre is going to go down onto his final stock. Let's see if Dog can do anything to get Luna down there before he joins Pierre. In fact, scratch that. Why not do it to Pugsy? Pugsy gets shut down from Orange thanks to that incredible terror strength. And now it's down to Pierre and Dog to try and shut down Luna's second stock and bring it to one stock apiece while taking minimal damage.
Man, it can come down. Oh, there we go. I was going to say Luna with that slight advantage, but they take that stock off of him.
And now Pugsy is really on the back foot. The D-Sig by Dog is going to shut down Pugsy's final stock. And now it's 2 versus 1 stocks, almost completely fresh in every case. And Pierre is just going to be chucking out those gloves because it's such a safe option. Lands the setup, lands the combo, but the double Enlight Luna does get DI out of that, but the decent connects, goes for the weapon throw, won't connect, but that is going to be it. A convincing final close out by the blue team. Again, 700 damage, 6 KOs by Dog. Incredible performance there.
Oh yeah, that was they definitely showed off at that game. Pierre and Dog are looking so good, and I mean, see if they can carry that momentum. It all comes down to that first game, in my opinion, especially in a 2 situation, being able to find those moves, find that momentum, and be able to outpace your opponent. And they got it done that time. As we're going into game 2, and nothing swapping, everybody's sticking to their legends, and see if Luna and Pugsy can be able to tie this up.
I mean, it's going to be on them to shut down that momentum and sort of be the faster players. And right now, Dog is actually the most damaged player on the board, and Luna is now joining him. Damage getting thrown out in all directions. Those axes putting out so much damage per hit that every single hit is a minor victory for the team, but it's so high risk, high reward in a game mode as fast-paced as 2v2s, and that end sig by Luna is such a crushing sig, and that's going to easily shut down Dog's first. You're going to try and do the same to Pierre with the recovery, but Pierre is more resilient than that. He gets back up, and the blue team is trying to equalize things out and keep Pierre on that first stock and hold on to that lead. Dog with the axe recovery. Pierre following up with a weapon throw is going to go for another one to Pugsy, and the dare is going to solidify that KO. Meanwhile, Dog is looking to finish off Luna with the unarmed. Pierre goes for the weapon to finish it off. It doesn't connect, and now we're just waiting to see which player goes down last off their final stop, Pierre or Luna.
And that's gonna be, I mean, that's gonna set the pace, man. Whoever, absolutely. Luna or Pierre, who's gonna lose that stock? Who is gonna take the advantage?
Because I mean,
well, Dog catching that whip and throw from Pierre. There we go. Yeah. Luna's falling off. Pierre's still on that first stock, still holding on to it. See what kind of rest of bonus damage you can get off of it.
And he's still alive
somehow, some way. That is the power of the Rayman. Not anymore though. Luna's sending him down. A ground pound following on top of Dog, and stock's definitely flying. Dog now on his final stock.
Yeah, blue team are now on that back foot, but with the weapons they have, it may not take too long to shut down that final stock of Pugsy. Dog is going in deep for it, and Pugsy almost shuts him down for it. In fact, Pierre, in the meantime, is building good damage onto Luna, trying to keep things equal for his team. Charges up the side tick, doesn't connect, but Dog doing good work at building up that damage with that hammer side out onto Luna. Both red team players now very close to death, while Pierre hardly touched on this second stock, does hit his teammate by mistake, and yeah, red team is definitely going to be focusing on getting rid of Dog as soon as possible, who is nearing death in his final stock. Meanwhile, Pierre is going to get knocked down into the red on his second. Blue team is kind of losing it here, and now it's down to Pierre in the 1v2. 2 stocks apiece for everyone. Everyone in the red. The Enlight won't kill him just yet, despite that high Jala strength. Pierre fades all the way down to try and catch Luna with the Sare. And that dare, he didn't actually touch beforehand, so he knows he's done. He's just going to fast fall down and go on to his final stock. It's looking very dire for blue team here.
Yeah, not looking good at all. But they do have the game advantage. So all they're going to do is get tied up on. Going to go into game 3 all tied up. That's if Pierre doesn't clutch us back. Nice recovery.
The movement, man.
Oh, yeah, he's crazy on it, especially with them gauntlets. He is absolutely insane.
Yeah, he just
going underneath, trying to reach up with the mayor.
Catches the grounded recovery, and now he's on those gauntlets trying to get anything done here. He doesn't have any damage on these two on their final stocks. He is orange, nearing the red on his final. However, gauntlets is a weapon that excels in early KOs off the edge if you play your gimps right, and it's possible if he gets that done, but I think the red team is going to respect that and try not to overcommit on the edge here and not give Pierre that option. As I say, that Luna does commit very hard.
Goodness.
And Pierre almost single-handedly holds stage control against both red team members for a moment with just his gauntlets. And now he's pushing Luna out to the side. He gets knocked with the Sare. Weapon throw pushes him out further. He manages to make it back and build damage on both players.
How is he still alive?
I have no idea, man. Especially against a Taros and a Jala. He should have been dead so much longer ago.
There it is.
And there he finally goes. But that is, that's a really good 2-1. Even if he didn't take that win, he played really, really well there.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Nice to see them get it tied up, though. Going to take us into a game 3, all tied up across the board. Still no legend swaps. Everybody going right back at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're even going back to Mammoth Fortress Yep, that we are. We're going back to the exact same map, exact same legends for the third game in a row. Which team is going to take the lead in terms of matches in this set and set the pace for who needs to push harder, come out on top, and who needs to just solidify that one final match. And right now, Dog isn't doing a great job as he SDs.
Oh man,
it's caught down the bottom. It's a kill credit to Luna, but he had every chance to get back up onto the edge there before he hit his head to the other side of the stage, getting a bit too far under there, and Dog now is going to try and equalize that up, lands the ground pound, and to be fair, that's a good equalization. And Luna, he's orange on his first, but against a terrorist and a Rayman, that can turn to red really, really quickly. And if the blue team does manage to turn this around, that's going to be really, really impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a deficit to come back from. Oh no, as we say that, the stock's coming off of here. Oh no, Luna looking halfway healthy on that first stock still, smoothing around on that Roman Reigns.
Pugsy
Doing really good on the hammer. Nice recovery from Pierre, trying to hit the double. Couldn't do it. Pugsy reaching up, trying to play good support on Luna. Oh,
that modified Raffia by Luna. He's so flashy on it, the hammer by Luna. The modified Raffia, and Pugsy just managing to survive on the edge here now. If blue team can get rid of Pugsy, that's a good start. No way they get Luna too. Okay, that would have been too much. I would have to take a walk out of my room if that happened. But they do technically have a stock lead right here.
Technically.
And no, they don't anymore. But
I was just waiting for it. Commentators cursing. I was just waiting for it.
They've done a decent job at equalizing this, considering they've had two both players on the blue team.
Yeah.
But that end seek is going to be brutal by Luna. Actually, doesn't KO Pierre, and Dog is going to be there to defend and keep Pierre alive. And instead of sitting back and trying to preserve that stock, Pierre goes in with the unarmed and tries to get as much work done. Doesn't manage to get any KOs or anything. But we do have Pugsy about one good axe hit away from death. Luna is still on that second stock, but if they can get Pugsy out of the game, looking at a very doable 2v1 for the blue team.
Yeah, that's the key. They've got to focus down on Pugsy. They've got to get him out of here. And Pierre trying to reach down with a ground pound. Luna getting tossed over, though. He's now on his final stock. Pierre still trying to put that pressure on Pugsy off stage. And continue to chase him down.
Oh no, Dog though getting sent out far by the end. He does manage to make it back. Luna going really, really deep. Now it's down to Luna in the 2v1 against Pierre and Dog. Pierre and Dog both more damage than Luna. We're seeing a reverse of the situation Pierre was in last game. Less stocks apiece for every single player. But Luna is the one player in this match that I would say I expect to be able to win a 2v1 like this the most. Given his current PR1 in NA 1v1s, he has the skill set to take this win. But blue team isn't going to give it to him on a silver platter. They're building good damage so far, starving him out of the weapons, keeping him on the back foot. Luna tries to respond to Pierre's ground pound with one of his own. Meanwhile, Dog keeping him without a weapon. Lands the nair, isn't quite enough yet. Luna manages to grab an axe, looking for a hovering Sailor. That Sig does come out, doesn't connect. Dog throws out his own Sair, throws the weapon on both ends. He's sweating, but he manages to make it back. Both blue team players now looking to try and close this out without letting Luna get a chance to
Oh my goodness.
Sig, that is going to be it. 2-1 in favor of Pierre and Dog now. And we're looking at a possible, game 4 victory for blue team, or if we're lucky, we're going to another game 5.
Is gonna have to wait and see. Pierre and Dog looking really good though, man. They definitely got it dialed in. Is it gonna be enough to take them up to elimination finals right here, right now? We're gonna drop in and find out. Still no legend changes. Still nothing swapping. Still going back to Mammoth Fortress. And here we go.
Yeah, the exact same game state. We've seen this a lot today. We haven't seen many pocket picks come out. I think the only thing we've seen like good pocket picks come out of was Java and Godly. Everyone else has basically just said, okay, instead of adapting Legends, we need to adapt how we're thinking about this game, how we're playing this game, and who we're focusing on, right? And I mean, right now, contrary to the previous game, the blue team did have a bit of a lead until Pierre got deleted off stage right there. The Dog, as a terrorist, has every bit of utility in his kit to shut down these first two stocks as soon as possible. The hammer can kill with pretty much every single area move. And I would not be surprised if we see Dog be the last person alive on this this first stock. Right now, Pierre trying to make use of that second stock safely, and he does manage to do so. Dog, like I said, the last person alive on his first stock. A minor stock lead taken by the blue team. Like Sabaluna bounces off the stage. It's those handoffs, man. You see the quick, momentary reaction handoffs by the red team. Oh, man. If that went in Pierre's favor, that would have been beautiful. But instead, Luna is there to cover his teammate, saves Pugsy, gets Pierre down to his final stock already. 1.5 minutes into this game. And our Dog has his work cut out for him, trying to cover for the situation that Pierre is in. And I mean, right now, he's doing a really good job of it, single-handedly putting Luna into the red and Pugsy into the orange. If they can land some killing blows here, they're looking at a really advantageous situation.
Oh, yeah.
And that is exactly what we're talking about.
Oh!
Double side sig by Dog. Beautiful play, and what was a terrible situation for Luke is now turned into a clean lead with Dog early orange on his second stock, and Pierre
feeling so good right now, man.
Almost untouched on his final.
They gotta be feeling so good.
But they can't get excited yet. They have to stay focused. They can't count their chickens before they hatch. I forget this phrase, man.
No, I think you got it. I think that's it.
Let's count their eggs before they hatch, I'm pretty sure. But we're looking at.
Got to get back.
Yeah,
Oh no.
I cast as cursed it, man. I couldn't help myself. I was like, oh no, blue team has this, and now they may not have it. But
They
Dog
really did though. But now
They
Dog's
did.
getting absolutely bodied.
That was a lovely improvised follow-up by Luna with the GC interview there. But I mean, we can't forget the fact that in their breakout appearance, Dog and Pierre in Springs, I'm pretty sure it was. Oh,
Yeah.
God. I was about to say that Dog was, commented on by how many. I think he won 2v1s against Luna and Pugsy. But with that weapon thrower, we are securing and locking in to the Game 5.
We definitely got it. Gonna go down to the wire in this one, and we kind of figured it would. Both these teams, such a great matchup. Such a just a fun set, man. It's an absolute fun set. See who's gonna come out on top though. Somebody's gonna be working their way up into top 3. Somebody is gonna be going home, metaphorically going home, since we're all still stuck in the internet tournament age here.
Yeah, well, not for long with MSI coming up. We've got that one coming up, and that is, like I said before, turning up the heat on all these engagements. This entire tournament has taken on an entire new sort of level of importance for the players in it, as they're trying to solidify a name for themselves with their 2v2 partner. If they're someone who's locked into going to MSI, they're going to be looking to use this as the most valuable practice possible before they go over for that LAN tournament. And right now, Blue Team has a bit of a lead, but as we've seen throughout this set, Luna and Pugsy are a team who are not shy in just shutting down leads, and you see that right there by Luna with the sidelight Sare. Pierre trying to equalize things up, but without a weapon, he isn't going to be able to do too much. Lands are now to Pugsy, who isn't low enough for it to kill. Pugsy actually follows up on Dog's accidental hit onto Pierre. Now we're, trying to see an equalization for the blue team, but the red team are doing a really good job of just surviving longer and longer and getting more damage. There we go, finally Dog with the Sare. Shuts down Luna's first stock. Can they get rid of Pugsy and get into a situation where they have a stock lead, or is Pierre going to go down to that sword recovery?
Yeah,
Oh
Pierre
no,
got
man!
sent to the ceiling
Oh
there.
no, Dog, you're not again!
That's not good.
That's huge.
That's the type of mistakes that lose sets right there. And
Especially in
I
the
do
game
fear
5 situation.
Man, do not want to do that against Luna and Pugsy. That puts them in a seriously bad position now. Fighting back from the bottom, but looking really good off stage right now. Here, putting in the work. Dog keeping him off stage. Here we go. Dog going low. Come back over, hit another side light. He is threading through these red players right now. But Luna taking the advantage back. Monster side sig. Nice recovery up underneath Pierre. Double recovery for Pugsy.
I have no words. I look up at the health bars and I see blue team in sort of deep yellow, early orange. I look away, look back for a second. They're in red. That is how fast-paced this match is going. The high damage output, the high speed by all of these legends.
all the
players.
terrorists
And the
on the map.
recovery into the weapon thrower. Now we have
Oh,
with
man.
an even harder 2v1 than the one he lost previously in this set. 1 stock to 4 against Luna and Pugsy. Entering the orange now and just battling to stay in this tournament, battling to somehow clutch it out, find his way into grand finals, but it's not looking promising right now.
You would love to see it, but I mean, 4 stocks to 1, and
that's
they
gonna
toss
be
them
it.
up. Man, GG's to Pierre and Dog. A well played.
Absolutely,
But
man.
just not enough to take out a Luna and Pierre. But Luna and Pierre, I mean, Luna, my brain. It's been a day, bro.
Luna Pugsy,
I'm
bro.
so
Luna
sorry.
Pugsy.
There we go.
It's okay, it's
Luna
okay.
and Pugsy, if I can use my English words here, are going to be moving up to elimination final, taking on a Godly and Java. And man, Godly and Java have been looking so good. You know, the talk of the tournament today has been a Godly playing from EU, teaming up with Java, stirring it up, definitely playing really well tonight. And see if he continue to keep that going, and him and Java move back up to winner's side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
FC.
this is a rematch of
It is.
a match that happened. I think it was winners quarterfinals. We saw Godly and Java take a 3-2 victory over Luna and Pugsy. And now we're seeing the rematch to see who gets to have the chance to go into grand finals, try for the gold, or at least guarantee a silver. Everyone that's left in the tournament right now is guaranteed a medal. They're guaranteed a top placement. They're going home with, you know, a decent bit of cash in their pocket. But who's content with coming third? Who doesn't want to try for that first place?
Not any of these guys, I promise you that.
Absolutely
Not a single person that's left in these top 3 teams. Ain't nobody okay with second or third.
They are going to be battling it out as hard as they can to try and secure that top spot, or at least secure their position in grand finals. Keep in mind, since we are in elimination side still right now, whoever wins this will have to go into grand finals, and if they have a hope of winning, they'd have to get the bracket reset in the grand finals against Wiltshire and Megby. So going into this, the stakes are high, and the nerves are going to be, you know, skyrocketing as this set progresses. And right now we're seeing Godly taking the most damage of any player. We're seeing Godly and Java back on the Bodvar and the Teros, as opposed to, you know, the Hattori and Java that we saw previously in their match against Walshy and Megd. And, you know, damage is going in all directions right now, and Java goes all the way out with that ground pound, shutting down Pugsy's first stock. Luna is really healthy on this first stock in comparison to both members of the red team. It's going to be up to Java and Godly to try and change that, but Pugsy, he's so slick on that, man. He's
He really is.
He's so slick on that D-Light into the chase dodge down and Sig. And he does it so fast, it might as well still be true, man. Yeah, it kills so early. He finishes off Java's first
Java
stock.
looking for that
Godly
recovery,
goes out
couldn't find
as
it.
well. And now Java getting damaged pretty hard on the second stock very, very quickly. He tries to find a way to finish off Luna's first. Yeah, a minute into this game. Godly lands the axe there, but doesn't KO just yet.
He held it for so long.
He was really preying on that Sig.
I
And
know.
now we're seeing the
He
red
was just-
team hard on the back foot. The dare isn't enough to kill Luna just yet. Luna's
No, that
surviving
will be
still.
though.
Godly looking to finish
he
off
couldn't get
Pugsy.
it.
Godly getting sent far down by that ground pound fade all the way under the stage to avoid Luna's aggression and edge guard. If they can get rid of Pugsy, it's still 4 stocks apiece technically. However, they are both deep in the red. Godly with some nice hammer play here. Really quick play, again, considering the ping that he's on. Weapon will finally finish off Luna's first stock. He lived for so long on that stock. And that gave his team so much value. Pugsy committing hard on that edge guard. Godly coming back within there now just to keep himself safe. If they can build damage onto Luna fast enough, he might be able to come back into this. But it's looking, you know, really, really difficult here, especially as Godly now goes down onto that final stock.
Yeah, looking a little rough, but you know, this is only game 1. These teams will definitely have a chance to be able to fill each other out here. And Golly, you can never count him or Java out. We've both seen the clutch plays. There's another one coming from Golly right there on that Taro side Sig, coming up with a Sayer, keeping the pressure on. Oh, Pugsy clapping back though, coming down with the dare. Pugsy just reaching in with that sword, racking up all kinds of damage.
Calm
Java
down.
getting the reversal though. Java sticking center stage, not gonna commit himself out. Naring his way back up. Luna reaching over with the unarmed, able to go ahead and get some damage on it. Pugsy trying to follow it up.
No, Java!
No!
He was trying to save his teammate, and the Nair just clicked a little bit too far.
Man.
That was close, though. That was a very, very close game.
Yeah.
Red team did a good job of coming back, considering how much of a deficit they started off that match with. And, you know, if I'm the red team, I'm not thinking we need a serious adaptation. I'm thinking we just need to think more about how we're pacing ourselves and maybe try and slow down this blue team. Because like I keep on saying, it's that momentum that keeps on giving Luna and Pugsy those early game leads that they can just carry on through. Especially stuff like Luna holding on to that first stock for as long as he did in that game one. If Java and Godly can try and avoid a situation like that, they have everything it takes to win against them. I mean, they've already done it once this bracket.
Yeah, we've definitely seen him do it, and that's the thing. We know it's possible. But, you know, now we're up here top 3. Pressure's a little higher. Stakes are a little higher. A little more money on the line for this set. Oh no!
I don't know if you saw, but Java passed Luna over. I think it was Yamada and Pugsy. One of the blue team members over to Godly. Godly was mid throwing away his weapon. He grabs the hammer and immediately, while I'm trying to talk, Luna, give me a second, man. Goes out, takes out both red team members, and Godly equalizes it. It's 2 shots apiece, completely untouched in every single player's case. Yeah, as I was saying, Godly, he's throwing out away his axe, picks the hammer immediately. He lights there, perfectly in place, lands that follow-up, immediate reaction time. That's what makes these players so formidable in this game mode, is the ability to adapt and just pick up a follow-up on the fly so quickly. Because it takes practice to do that stuff. If you go into 2s, expect to just find follow-ups. Oh my, like that! Who does that? Who does a double unarmed ground pound both off stage? That's like, nobody can just think like, yeah, I'm gonna plan this. They just do it, man, and it works out. And even with that being said, the team is still in the lead. Godly holding on to that second stock with blue team members on their final stocks now. The momentum is so back and forth this game, but it's less in blue team's favor than it was last game.
Yeah, Java and Godly definitely, they do have a little bit of advantage here. I can't believe how well Pugsy and Luna are playing against him right now. Luna absolutely moving on that Terrace. Bodied Godly there in center stage, knocking him over to the left. Weapon throw to the face. Godly coming back with
Java.
haymaker.
Java's done.
Java fell. 2 stocks to 2. Godly 1v2 situation, and they get that first stock off pretty easily. But he is full health on that last stock. If he can get a weapon and do some work here, it is still within grasp for Godly here.
Oh no!
But that's a lot of damage real quick. Luna stepping up
definitely
on the side
doable
here.
For a player of Godly's caliber, though, right? Like, we know Godly is an incredibly good player. Even on this ping, he's shown that he can get work done. If he can focus down Luna enough, he might be able to take this out. But that kills. My God! As I was saying, it's doable, man. It lands, it was like a 3 or 4 piece team combo, completely adapted, and it was just, finessed, absolutely. That was stunning to watch, to be honest. That was brilliant. And now we're looking at going into the next game. I don't think we're seeing any different hits. Oh no, we are looking at Godly on the Jala at least.
Yeah, you figure he might pull that out. We saw it in the last set that they played.
Yeah, we did. We, however, don't see Java on that Hattori, which means that he has the confidence in that hammer and that sword to try and bring this back and get the reverse 3-0. This is actually the opposite of how their set went previously with Luna and Pugsy. Previously, they went up 2-0 against Luna and Pugsy, and then Luna and Pugsy won 2 matches before Java and Godly finally closed it out in Game 5. But right now, Java though, with that recovery! Doesn't manage to finish off the kill, and actually almost going to go down the edge. Nobody died in that encounter.
I don't know how.
And now we're seeing another strong lead taken by the blue team, damaged heavily in their favor. Java getting to work on with that sword. Not much answer back until Pugsy comes on with the axe, shuts down the stock. Godly trying to play passive, but the D-Light ground pound is enough. And Luna and Pugsy are looking so good right now, man.
They really are.
Feeling it.
They have got synergy. They are in they're in that flow state, taking care of a Java.
Oh,
and Dolly right now.
Luna! He doesn't even need a weapon.
Nah, he's cracked. He's just absolutely cracked. I mean, but that is your number one PR in a 1v1 player right now. Oh, stop, Sarah.
They're blowing my mind to the
Oh
point
my
that I'm
God,
losing my
Luna!
voice. My voice is cracking. My throat is getting
Luna!
dry for how much I'm shouting at this team. 2 stocks up, less than a minute and a half in. We're seeing blue team have a 4-stock lead now knocked down as Luna finally goes down onto his second stock. Pugsy only just entering the red. That dash jump there by Godly is actually going to send him pretty far out, and he will be finished off. But you know,
Java was not playing around this game.
no, absolutely not. He just,
I mean,
he turned up the heat, and I don't think the red team were really prepared for it whatsoever. They were hardly prepared for what they were given for this match. But Java with the GCD line, D6, sorry, my favorite for God's sake, and it doesn't matter, man. It just doesn't matter. Like, Java is in this 2-1 situation, heavily in the red against an undamaged Pugsy, a barely damaged Luna. They do both SD. You know, as I'm saying it, this is still dire for Java, but they just made it a lot more doable.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to
that's
do
it.
it right there. That's going to do it right there. But, man, he was fighting with everything he had. I mean, only, what, 475 damage between the two of them. I mean, that's a little rough. That's a little rough. They definitely got shut down by Pugsy and Luna that game. Well played. I mean, you came in, you got top 3. Nothing to be embarrassed about, especially coming in, not even in his damn region. Man, the man is literally crossing oceans to come play in this NA tournament, and hell of a job for him. Man. He did really well. Same goes out to Java, man. Those two are going to be a lot of fun to watch if they end up teaming together at MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only it's not Godly's region, but also you have the fact that this is a completely fresh team. Until now, we've seen, well, you can tell it's a fresh team because they're not the same region. But until now, we've seen Java teaming with Stingray, and we've seen Godly teaming with Swata in the most recent, if I'm my facts correct. And
I think so.
They're freshly formed here coming into this tournament, and they came out third, which is, you know, that's a really respectable placement. We had some demon teams here today, and they just couldn't quite take the second game from Luna and Pugsy, who were looking on fire that game. But now we have our final match, grand finals, prepared to go ahead. Walshy and Megdi versus Pugsy and Luna.
It's grand finals time, Hackle.
Absolutely.
Grand finals time.
Man, I am so excited to see how this goes down.
I'm excited. Hackle's excited. Chat's excited. AJ's backstage. I know he's excited. He's back there yelling his ever-loving butt off backstage, I promise you. Yeah, guys, grand finals action, Jurassic Carnage, Moose Wars, 2v2 action, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
I can certainly assure you there's going to be carnage in this grand finals.
Hackle, I need more excitement.
I was trying to do a pun, man. I had to slide it in there, but I am really, actually, genuinely, really excited for this match because, you know, this is it. This is what it all comes down to, and we have the number 1 NA 2v2 team going up against this newly formed team of Megdi and Walshy, and, you know, I have faith. I have complete faith. I think Walshy and Megdi,
this is anybody.
They can get it done, especially with the form Megdi has been on recently. He's been playing incredibly well. I'm looking forward, absolutely, to seeing how this set goes down.
There's a lot of money on the line here. This is an expensive set right here. Good night.
It really is. This being once again a $2,000 prize pool tournament. There's money on the line. There's pride on the line. There's preparation for MSI on the line. This is the biggest stakes for a Moose Wars match have been in 2v2s for like the recent past.
Oh yeah. And here we go. These guys are ready to go. I know it's getting a little late for everybody. Walshy is chomping at the bit, trying to let that Val out the gate. Let him go, guys. Let him go. Here we go.
We have the good to start with.
Great Hall and Apocalypse still on the board. Grand finals action. Here we go. I think we're going to Mammoth. They strike those really weird. My eyeballs couldn't keep up that time.
Yeah, man, it's getting late, and it's 4 a.m. over here in the UK.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
oh, yeah,
staying
you're
up to
EU, bro.
watch
It's really late
this
for you.
match.
3,
It's worth it, man. It's 100% worth
Oh,
it. I promise
absolutely.
you. And yeah, going in here, we are going once again back to Mammoth Fortress. This stable map for this entire tournament, pretty much.
I forgot there was other maps in this game.
Yeah, to be honest, man, like they could just make the entire 2v2 like tournament list of maps. Just this map. And I don't think some people will complain, but Luna has no issue with this map. Going down deep with the ground pound, shutting down Walshy's first off, and the blue team is on a really good form coming into this game. They're hot off that 3-0 victory against Godly and Java, and they're looking to try and get this bracket reset and be crowned the victors of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it boils down to. Walshy and Meg D definitely have the advantage here. I'm sure everybody is familiar how the elimination tournaments work. But if not, you guys, Luna and Pugsy, they got to win 2 sets. They got to win 2 best of 5s to be able to take the big bag here tonight. And I think Walshy and Meg D are going to have something to say about that. But Luna absolutely coming out here popping off. Blue team, both are still on their first stock. Walshy on his last one. Oh, my goodness. What a great opener so far for blue team.
Luna is feeling it so hard. He has Walshy down off stage, Flash's recovery, and Walshy was dead. And while I'm talking, of course, both blue team members go out because I'm complimenting the blue team and cast his curse. But Luna was feeling it so hard that he went down and tried to go for even more style points in the grand finals of this tournament. And he's just dancing around, dashing off that platform with really, really slick movement here, looking to try and get rid of Walshy early.
Oh, nice pick up from
recovery
Pugsy.
into the set by Pugsy is going to be brilliant. The D-Light side doesn't connect because of the odd GC angle, but blue team is in a fantastic position right here. Both players in the yellow. Walshy knocked out off his final stock. Megdi in a 2v1 situation, one stock against the 4 of Luna and Pugsy. And this first match, as you've been saying throughout today, the first match sets the pace for the set. And
absolutely does.
This being grand finals, pace is huge because this is an endurance run for the blue team if they want to be able to take the win in this tournament, and they're on good form so far. They don't lose a single stock in that 2v1 in game 1. As you're
Game 1, they need 5. They need 5 more to make it happen, though.
They do, but if they keep playing every single game like that, I believe it's possible. It's definitely possible.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I mean, yeah, going into this game 2, we're seeing the exact same legend picks. I'm pretty sure we're seeing the exact same map pick. And we're just seeing, again, running it back, adapting your play rather than adapting your legend picks. But yeah, Luna and Pugsy as a team, you rarely ever see them adapt their legend picks. They'll sort of how they're playing, they'll sort of their follow-up, the team combos, and who sort of takes the lead. But they'll never really, they're known for this combination.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here we go, Luna popping off of those nairs already.
Yeah,
Second one down back at center stage.
Equal damage here basically on Luna and Walshy. Both teams have one player they need to focus on keeping alive, while the other one is fairly safe to get the damage done. In this case, that's Pugsy and Meg D. Luna trying to grab a weapon, gets onto the axe. That gives the red team time to get a follow-up onto Pugsy, and now Luna with the side sig knockout onto his own teammate. And now what was coming off an incredibly convincing first game, the blue team now is much less in the lead than they were in the previous game. We have the red team actually taking a minus stock lead here. I mean, Megdi against Luna and Pugsy, that stock will just go. But if he can hold on to it, that's a really, really good situation for the red team to be in.
Absolutely. They gotta keep it alive. I mean, it was so dominating from Luna and Pugsy in that first game, and we're seeing Luna start to bring it back now as we talk about it. I mean, just coming from that elimination side, having that daunting task of all of those games you have to win. I mean, Megdi and Walsh just need to keep it relaxed. They need to stay in their head, keep it smart, and realize that they have the real advantage in this grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're seeing Megdi work that Petra off the stage. Dare's flying. Oh my Walshy! You cheeky! Oh my god!
You're filthy, dude.
The double unarmed KO. Oh my bro.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say.
Oh, that in the highlight reel, I swear.
I think it's safe to say the red team, coming off that previous loss, have managed to keep their mental pretty well. They're holding on to a good lead right here. Walshy is going to get shut down, and maybe soon to follow, left alone against both blue team members. That Ensig does catch, but it's not quite enough to shut him down just yet. He has a recovery, has a dodge, manages to avoid Luna's aggression off stage, but the D-Light into recovery also isn't enough. And meanwhile, Walshy is going to respond with good damage onto Luna. Now Luna in that kill percent, while Pugsy a bit further away from it. It was looking a little bit possibly dangerous for the red team here, but Walshy came back and basically said, okay, we've got my stock, we're going to get this entire game.
Keeping that distance, keeping Luna at bay, but he comes back over with a side air, able to clap with it. There we go. Luna's still putting on the pressure, reaching up for Walshy. Oh, Megdi breaking it up. There we go. Way to take that pressure off of Walshy. And now sidelight Sayer trying to work that orb of bread and butter off the left side. That's going to confirm. That's going to confirm. Stocks flying. Walshy, Megdi taking game 2, tying everything all up in this bringing it to finals.
You love to see it. I'll be honest. I'll be completely honest. After that first game, I was worried we were going to see a very, very quick bracket reset. But Megdi and Walshy, they came back swinging, and you know that was that wasn't like a clinched match. They did really, really well there in that game 2. And now we're going into game 3. Once again, same legends, same map. Run it back. Who can adapt the best?
That's what it's going to come down to. Over the edge.
Early on, it's all about, I think for the red team, it's subverting the momentum that the blue team has had most often early on and getting that damage lead, because the blue team are really, really good at keeping their opponents apart and just like taking them down one by one. And Megdi and Walshy have shown that when they start playing together, they get those really, really quick follow-ups. I mean, not to say that Luna and Pugsy don't have really, really good team synergy and don't do really, really good handoffs. All I'm saying is that if they do manage to separate your team, you're in equally as much danger.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And we're seeing it come into fruition right here in front of us.
No.
Walshy falling. First one. Oh, okay. Stocks are flying now. Luna and Pugsy now have the slight advantage. They can get some bonus damage off of these stocks and be able to solidify that lead just a little more. And Luna going for it, reaching with the ground pound. Nothing there, nothing there. Walshy reaching up. Nice recovery. Luna up on the ceiling, coming back down. Back on a hammer. Haven't seen a whole lot of axe off of Luna. He has definitely favored that hammer on the Taros for sure, for sure. Oh no!
And that's
Neutral
another
sig
team KO by Luna.
Neutral sig Pugsy down to the bottom of the map.
Walshy actually didn't go for a punish on that side sig, but it doesn't matter because he managed to find the ground of recovery and equalize the stocks fairly quickly. Although Walshy is now into that orange almost on the second stock. They need to get some good damage built onto the blue team before they can sort of get out of hand here. Walshy cancelling out that ground pound by Luna with the gauntlets in there. Very good screening option for punching opponents who are above you. But it's not looking as comfortable for the red team as it did last game. It's certainly very close, but right now blue team does have a noticeable lead.
Yeah, they do. It's definitely anybody's game for sure. A little less now that, as I say that, Walshy getting tossed over to the right side of the map. Luna now trying to get that stock off of Megdi. If he can get this, Pugsy can get it right here. Oh yeah, that puts him in a great position to go up 2-1 in this set. Oh, okay, there we go. Pugsy put a little damage on Luna, trying to get back up on stage.
You love to see the side sig by Walshy.
Oh no.
This is looking doable for the red team now. If they can equalize this stock by getting rid of Luna's second, it's certainly doable, but he isn't damaged enough yet. That recovery shows that Luna has a bit left in him, but he gets recovery off the top. Now, both red team players, they're damaged, but they're not too damaged. If they can play their cards right, it's definitely doable. Oh, they had a chance there for a second almost to lock both blue team members into a team combo, which would have been massive and possibly even a game finish. But not quite coming into fruition there. But damage is building, and it's almost looking equal now in favor of both teams with the heavy side sig by Pugsy, and the follow-up from Luna to Pugsy.
Oh no.
Weapon, dude, there's no time to even comment on one kill, but another one comes right after. Close game, very well done by the red team to bring that back to almost,
for sure,
you know, a final hit situation. But we're now looking at a 2-1 lead for Luna and Pugsy in grand finals, and they can
get the reset right here.
They can. it's possible for them. And once again, Megdi, Walshy, they're not phased. They're sticking with the exact same picks. We're going back to the exact same situation. And I get the feeling nothing is going to change unless we get to, like, game 10. Or not even that, like, reset game 3 and Luna and Pugsy are up 2-0. Like, that, I think that's the condition we have to be in for Megdi and Walshy to actually think, okay, maybe there's an issue with the Legends we're picking up.
Right.
But so far, Pugsy popping off with that sword on against Walshy on the right. Megdi finally coming over to help him. A little bit late on that, relieving that pressure off his teammate. And we're now looking at, fairly equal damage from on both teams. As I say that, the team gets carried up into the air. You can't make a comment. It gets shut down immediately. This game is so fast-paced. Walshy off the side, battling out with Luna, sends him back up. Pugsy gets the GCD light into recovery, shutting down Walshy's first stock. Pugsy, once again, tanking these stocks for the blue team, but Walshy, I think the majority of Walshy's kills have been on unarmed. Like, he's been doing so much work on unarmed without an armed kit. It's actually shocking. And now, can the red team, well, the red team cannot get rid of Pugsy's stock before Luna loses his first, because I was about to ask that question and Luna basically told me no. But can the red team bring it back? Can they get rid of Pugsy's first stock in good time?
I mean, the last thing they want to do is get this bracket reset on them. They've got to buckle down here and take this to a game 5 in this grand finals. Stay away from that bracket reset. I think if you give Luna and Pugsy the opportunity to reset this bracket, it's over. And that's just my honest opinion. You give them that sort of momentum and that sort of mental, and give them a bracket reset. That's just a wrap. But we're gonna have to wait and see how it plays out in front of us here. As I say that, Megdi trying to work across the map on that orb, become a nice little cheeky recovery to keep the distance, get a little damage in. Stay alive there. Pugsy still hold on to that first stock. Maybe not enough momentum.
You said it yourself, down to a T, that if Luna and Pugsy can secure this reset, it's all about what they get in terms of mental and momentum off that, because it's all that is the key, really, is how you're thinking about how you're playing. And once they've got that reset, if it happens, they're no longer in a disadvantaged state. Like, obviously the game is still the same, but they're no longer on the loser's side. It's equal at that point. And so far, they're making pace to possibly get that reset right now, as we see Pugsy still on that second stock, while everyone else is on their final. Walshy being brought up to the top by Pugsy's sword. Luna looking to get an early knockout onto Walshy with the axe. Pugsy keeping Walshy pressured out to the side. Like I said, blue team is separating the red team, keeping them apart. And once they're separate, they don't have that capability to get those follow-ups, get those team combos, and they kind of begin to fall apart. They are together there. Get the follow-up. Luna almost goes down to that unarmed side stick. Always another unarmed player for Walshy, but it isn't quite enough. The dare connects. Megdi goes for the weapon throw. Luna's going to make it back.
Luna back?
He makes it back again. You can't kill him, and Pugsy makes up for it. Gets rid of Walshy. Now it's on Megdi to deny the reset. In this 2v1, gets hit by the dare. Sends him up. He's just about living. And the recovery comes out. We're getting a grand finals reset. Luna and Pugsy now taking first set of grand finals 3-1.
Crazy. That was pretty decisively done too. They 3-1 that set right there. That's a little scary. A red team has definitely got to get it together here. They've given all the momentum to Luna and Pugsy right now, and that's going to carry through on this next set. If they're going to be able to reverse it, man, I think we're going to have to. Megdi's got to switch it up. I mean, where's the Jaehyun at? We need. This is not working. The Petra is not working, and that pains me to say that as a level 90 Petra mate. That pains me. But the Petra is not working. We've got to switch it up, and we got to do something to try and save this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, so far we're seeing the exact same picks. We're going back to likely the exact same map. And I mean, oh no, we are actually seeing a change in map. We're going to Apocalypse. The players took a little bit of time there to decide and discuss what they're going to do, especially Megdi and Walshy discussing them among themselves, what the plan is now that they've had that reset done to them, how they're going to take this and run with it and secure that top finish in first place. And I guess the adaptation they decided was go to Apocalypse. But don't change Legends. They're sticking with the exact same team setup. I mean, they've shown they have really good follow-ups and really good team combos with this double gauntlets, with this sword and the orb, and the combination of the two. And I mean, so far, with 30 seconds into the game, not much has actually happened. We haven't lost any stock. We haven't seen any massive plays done by either team. Damage is building at a fairly steady rate in everyone's direction. I mean, Walshy is now getting knocked out to the side by both blue team members. Pugsy catches the spot dodge with the GC Ensig and gets an early knockout onto Walshy. Lands at the D-Light into the Sare, and Megdi knows he's done on that stock, and now gives time to the blue team to build a bit of damage onto Walshy while he's alone. Luna is not slowing down on that damage either. Pugsy almost accidentally KOs his teammate off the top, although Walshy is going to respond with an Ensig that doesn't KO yet. You have both red team members struggling to find the KOs, although as I do say that, Walshy with the double Sig KO on the Val sword against the blue team members. And to be honest, that's a pretty good equalization for the red team, as both players are now, not massively damaged. Although as I do say that, Walshy is going to get knocked into the deep orange and knocked all the way out to the side. Luna now working on Meg D while Walshy's getting back to the stage. Pugsy lands the axe there, and what had begun as a very well equalized match is now turning into a complete bloodbath for the red team as Pugsy knocks Meg D out with
Here we go.
Out
Luna getting a little pressure over there. They're looking so good, Hackle. It's absolutely crazy.
They really are, man. They really are. Luna.
Oh my God! Having his way with
weapon.
Walshy right now.
Dude.
Oh! I told you. If they gave him that momentum, Hackle, it was over. It was over. These guys, they're in complete flow state. They are not slowing down. Meg D now trapped in between a Taros and a Pugsy here. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Bro! Chill out!
They're trying to get star points on him in grand finals. Stop it!
Come on. Okay. Wow.
Blue team wins.
Luna, Pugsy, these guys have a family. Can we? I mean, come on. Oh wow. All right. Meg D and Walshy are gonna have to turn it around here. And Walshy switching over to the Rayman. Meg D on the Val. Okay. Those are picks.
Those
are definitely legend picks.
And the Val is what Meg D placed third in spring 1v1s with. So, he's well versed in the Val. And I mean, I guess their mindset is we need one Val. So Walshy gets off the Val, Meg D gets on the Val. Yeah, we need the Val, and I mean, so far it's working out pretty decently. They build good damage on Pugsy, who's now almost into the red. That's a nice corpus read by Walshy. Trying to keep the pressure on Pugsy on the edge there with the D-Sig. Gets the Sare, pushes Pugsy away, but that actually goes to cover his teammate. Charges up the side Sig, knocks out Pugsy quickly, and this is looking a lot better for the red team at the start of this game.
Absolutely, and I mean, they gotta do it. I mean, they are 2 games away from coming in a second to Pugsy and Luna. And Luna having no signs of letting up here. Pugsy trying to fight back an arm. He's able to sneak in there and get that axe. Luna coming over, cleaning it up, taking the stock off of Walshy and the stock off of Meg D. Goodbye. Just like that, Luna and Pugsy are looking pretty good. Pugsy a little worse for wear, but he's still in yellow. No big deal there. Luna getting back up on stage, trying to work that bonus damage on this first stock still. Getting a little bit, I mean, every swing with that Taros, you can literally just watch the color change on the stock.
Man.
I mean, so much damage coming out. Look at that side sig, weapon throw. Gonna shut it down while she's on his last stock. Luna finally being taken off.
Oh
my
that's
goodness.
A nice follow-up. That is a nice follow-up. I mean, it's equal again, but it did start out in red team's favor, and blue team has already equalized this up. They're trying to just say, okay, we got the reset. We're just gonna win now. But red team has they've got their picks. They're doing everything they can to claw back this grand final set and try to. It is definitely still close, but it's all about that mental, and the red team can't afford to get shut down on mental right now, and that is not a good way to go about it. It gets hit by the weapon throw by Luna. GC's Luna burned all of his options on getting that follow-up. He had sweat
he got
beads as he
it,
went
though.
down to the wall. He got it. It was worth it, man. No one was there to punish him for it. Meggy with the D-Light into Fair on the gauntlet. Down Luna's second stop. Again, Luna is on his second stop. Meanwhile, everyone else is on their final. If they can get rid of Pugsy's final, it might work out for them. But as you can see by how the blue team is playing, they're aware of that fact. Luna's taking the front seat while Pugsy stays at the back and just builds up damage where he can without committing too hard to anything. And he's doing a really good job of that right now. And there goes Walshy's final stock. Megdy in the 2 versus 1 once again against Pugsy and Luna. Luna still on his second stock. And those gauntlets don't have that KO power, that hammer. That DC would have been enough. They're stalling. They're stalling. They don't care, man. They're trying to end They're trying to end Megdy's career. It's not fair. It's not fair. Pugsy's just like making him chase him around the stage. Megdy's gonna try and go for it. He's chasing him all the way around. Throws the weapon. Luna lands the dead, and that's gonna be it. And then now 2-0 up in the grand finals reset. 1 game away from taking the entire tournament and being crowned the Jurassic Carnage champions here at Moose Wars. And I'll be honest, they have the form to do it. Megdy and Walshy need to completely adapt something in their playstyle. They need to find the secret sauce, and they need to pour it all over this match and just completely tell the tables.
Right now.
Right now. There's no other time.
Messing around. Like, I need it. They got me hyped, man. Like, I'm frustrated. I need AJ's beat button. These guys got me wanting to cuss.
Exactly, bro. You need to censor yourself. Because this stuff is getting... I don't know, man. It's getting pretty hot in here, and the red team, they're trying to, turn down the heat a little bit as the blue team starts out strong. Once again, Luna doing good damage with that hammer. Megdy not actually very damaged meanwhile. The only player on the board who isn't actually in the deep orange or red. Pugsy playing from the side to the right. Both players on the corners doing a good job splitting apart the blue team. That is an early stop, but Luna's trying to get one of his own with the unarmed. Megdy, though, follows up from Walshy with the side of recovery. And again, they have this early lead in this set. What they need to do now is not lose it the way they did last time. And so far, it's definitely possible. Walshy has the tools he needs to get back to the stage. But in the meantime, while he's away from the stage, that gives the blue team time to build damage onto Megdy. They do have Pugsy into the yellow. That isn't really the value you want when you're like in this dire of a situation. And I don't even know what happened to Megdy. He got hit by like 3 moves at once, and he stopped sailing down there with no options. Walshy now, suddenly the most damaged player on the board, going from having a lead against the blue team to now technically a damage lead. But if one player's more damaged than anyone else, even if your teammate isn't damaged at all, that gives the opponents the opportunity to just focus the damaged player down and get that stock advantage really, really early on. And blue team are definitely not afraid of doing that. As we've seen throughout the set, the dash jumps there against Walshy is going to push him out to the side. They're not actually going to pressure that return to stage. They're going to focus more on stopping Megdy, helping out his teammate. And we're turning back into sort of more of a neutral situation right now as both teams trying to jockey for position. But there finally goes Walshy's second stock. Red team did do a decent job at returning the damage back to the blue team. But man, it's not looking good.
Moving around this map right now.
He's so slick with it.
Just floating.
He's so slick with it.
I know.
You can see the comfort, and you can't let Luna get comfortable because again, PR number 1, man. There are people who say Luna's the best 1v1 player in the world, and in some cases you can see why. There's the GC like into the recovery, and it's Narcissus curse. I'm complimenting a blue team player. Both blue team players get knocked out.
This is close.
Yeah, it's down to the red team on their possible tournament stocks, having damage built by the blue team.
Oh no!
They've got to be panicking. They've got to be getting nervous, man. This is it.
Oh,
if they lose it here, it's over. Walshy off the edge against Luna.
Absolutely flipping cracked.
Luna, stop! Oh! The grab out connection manages to make it back, but Pugsy, in the meantime, is so undamaged. The side sig hits Megdy. Eli say hits Walshy. Walshy's out. It's just on Megdy against Luna and Pugsy. Pugsy barely damaged. The weapon though clashes out with recovery. He gets back onto the stage, lands the recovery. Recovery hits. That isn't it just yet.
Oh my God! Megdy, get back up. Here he goes. Gonna be able to do anything with those gauntlets?
Eli hits. Is it enough? 3 hits. Luna and Pugsy are your Jurassic Carnage VOD2 champions.
My blood pressure's up a little bit. How about you guys? Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised I'm still conscious, man. I
Swear to God.
I half passed out with that last weapon throw, my guy.
All right, me and Hackle gonna get some oxygen real quick. Try and get the stars to not be flying in front of our eyes here. Oh my God! You guys, check out these awesome replays. Man, what a set, Hackle! What a tournament, bro! We had upsets. We had sweeps. We had reverse sweeps. We had a little bit of everything, man. This was a fun night.
I can tell you one thing: I'm going to sleep so well after this.
I'm about to eat so much food, and I'm gonna curl up in a little ball, and I'm gonna go.
That was
great. It's gonna
so
be great.
Exciting to watch, man. Especially that final set. I mean, even though with that reset, Negi and Walshy only took that one game.
Yeah.
Despite that, it was still so much fun to watch. They kept it interesting. They kept the blue team on their toes, and Luna and Pugsy once again are going to be going home with the lion's share of the prize pool, that #1 spot. But Walshy and Negi coming out in second is a really, really good placement. Even to my knowledge, this is a fresh team. I know that this is like a very good breakout performance for them. And they placed above Godly and Java. They placed really, really well. Absolutely no discrediting how well they played today, coming out in second. Even taking a game off Luna and Pugsy is something that most teams can't say they can do. So that all the teams today was fantastic. Top 8 was absolutely amazing to commentate.
Swear.
And Grand Finals was just so much fun, man.
Absolutely, man. That is gonna do it. Your champions are Luna and Pugsy yet again, taking that big bag. And the best part, Hackle, we're all gonna do this again tomorrow. We got 1v1s, Jurassic Carnage action for you guys tomorrow. So make sure you guys get some rest, like me and Hackle here. Rest up. Be back here tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. It's gonna be another day of exciting Brawlhalla Esports action, guys.
Absolutely.
With that being said, I am Slow Motion. This is my boy Hackle, and that is gonna do it for us. Guys, enjoy the rest of your night. Anything you'd like to go out with there, Hackle?
Stick around for tomorrow because, like you said, it's gonna be. I almost cussed. Absolutely fantastic. And honestly, just the heat tomorrow is going to be turned up so high. 1v1's tension way higher than 2v2s because you don't have your teammate to cover your back. It's all on you. Stakes high, tension high, big plays. Look forward to tomorrow, and thank you for joining us tonight.
You guys have a great night.
You guys almost cursed my f***ing god, man.